It is I, your boy, Shamoy, Bafoy, Safoy, blah 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 blah. Man, Dark Woke. Dark Woke is coming back with a vengeance. Woke 2 is coming, dude. Everyone's gonna be woke, and there's nothing that the conservatives can do about it. Blanked there for a second. I was like, what was I doing again? Jerome Powell lawsuit, because the Fed's getting sued. Grants Journey subpoenas, which is fucking crazy. Jerome Powell lawsuit. Still haven't seen any effect in the markets. That's what I was mostly waiting for, which is why I didn't talk about this immediately, but yeah, there's a bunch of shit to talk about. Oh my god, fucking these conservatives, man. Oh man, they are so mind-numbingly fucking stupid. How are you supposed to see how the car, you can see it in the video if you have eyes. You see the car turning. There's multiple angles. This thing specifically with the ICE officer is so non-controversial. It's so ridiculously fucking obvious, but these like I don't know, these like I don't know what to call them. Humans. These people. Quote unquote people. I don't believe they're people. Will twist themselves to pretzels to say like, nah, actually, everything the officer did was completely justified. It was correct. It's like, it's just not. It's just not. Toronto Sun's Ottawa bureau chief who called the ice bullets fired at good well-deserved. Of course. But then again, it's from people at the Toronto Sun. Toronto Sun. Everyone who writes there is stupid. I know there's an interview that Nick Shirley did specifically with Channel 5, Andrew Callahan. We're gonna watch the clips from fucking Richard Hania of all people. I mean, it's a watershed moment. Woke's it's starting to make the comeback though. It's starting. It'll start small, but eventually, once the Republicans get wiped out during the midterms, it'll be more aggressive, guaranteed. The woke is gonna make a comeback. I may need to have YouTube chat pulled up actually, because we're getting a lot of mentally ill people in comment sections and whatnot. May need that just in case. Just in case. Lovely. Alright, close that shit. Alright, fix this area. Lovely. Alright. Oh, we don't need any of this shit. We're leaving. Excuse me. let's get the hell out of here. Alright, we're off to Circa. You have plenty of chunks available. That works. I wonder. Newman conduit. Local electricity grid. Oh, I see how you get around to not being able to place these anywhere you want. Your local electricity grid has to be 1 terawatt or higher. Not that that's like necessarily an impossible feat to do, but it's obviously difficult. I see how you don't allow this to be placed anywhere. I see now. Well, that's kind of cheesy. And we're back. Lovely. Alright. Gonna build stuff. Alright, Mirandite sludge. Sludge, sludge, sludge. Sludge. Okay, this is not the thing with the byproduct. .3 per second. It's quite a lot. Don't 100% remember if we need these. sludge. We'll stick with this amount for now. We'll see if we need more. Okay, so once we make sludge, we get sludge processing. It makes the extra water. All the other shit we need. Seemingly every goddamn output on the planet. Ay. This is gonna be fucking awful. Then we need quantum stabilizers. And these are made in quantum. Okay. Volatile quantum science. Boil result 30 seconds. This makes our science pack, and we can only make these on Newman. Better for me to make these on Newman. We can ship down ice to make water. Oh, we'll see. I'll figure it out. Do I ship over nanites? Lovely. So, there's our sludge. Mirandite sludge. Which we can use a foundry. Oh boy. Okay, these things shift into differing products. If I recall correctly in terms of how they spoil. We also get basic ores, stone, calcite, neodymium, which we want to keep, holmium, which I think we also want to keep, thorium, which we also want to keep, a bunch of other shit. How much does this consume? Just these three is that many. Okay. If water is less than... Lovely. Oh, more expensive than I thought. Oh, well, I had another copy of this then. It's fine. $2,400. All right. Now for the outputs. How are we gonna take care of this stuff? Okay, we do want the neodymium. Neodymium, we want that shit. Holmium, we want that shit. Lithium, we want that shit. Everything else is trash. Everything else is spoilable. Now, the quantum stabilizers. Now, from what I understand, these things, not the lithium, these things, the quantite, we can process them here, but they spoil. A volatile quantum science pack requires one of each quantum shard. Quantum science packs needs an inert and unstable. They're in quantum science. Okay. Quantum ore conversion. I don't really see much of a point of those. Thorium enrichment. Guess so you can use nuclear power here, I guess. Solar panels are fine here. Thorium ammo. We have a better source for thorium. So no, these aren't necessary. I mean, we just researched them to get them out of the way. I mean, these things are really good. The rocket ammo productivity, the space fuel productivity. These infants are good. Everything else is kind of irrelevant. Alright, so tentative plan. What we're going to do is we're gonna keep the Quanite ore. Can we keep the Quanite? Because these things always shift. Will we not use fully stacked belts? Everything else we will just get rid of, I think. So these are going to be the lithium. Holmium. And the neodymium. Thorium we'll get rid of, as well as the other ores and the calcite, I think. Because that shit's more or less taken care of. Not you need a lot, so that's fine. Okay, holmium plate. Which means I need holmium solution. If we got holmium ore, we make holmium solution, we make holmium plate, we make necessary quantum shards. Holmium crystallization. Can't use this recipe. Stick all you idiots up here. Lithium plate is pretty simple. Not too difficult. So we need stone. I guess we'll take the stone that's coming from this stuff, put it together, and bring it over. Yeah, I think that's the solution. Okay. Because we need it. Alright, holmium solution. What's our presumed production of holmium ore? About 4.3 for all of these things. With relative ease in terms of expandability. Right. Everything else that is not these two things. So that's going to be blacklisted. Getting trashed. Lovely. Now for the quantite. Now the quantite, from what I understand, just keeps shifting between differing ores. So we never lose any of this stuff. But it shifts every 30 seconds in a different quantite. So theoretically speaking, if we just stick it all in a belt, eventually it'll just shift into the appropriate thing we want anyways, so it's not that big of a deal. Which is interesting. Because of its constantly shifting nature, so it doesn't matter. Wow, okay, so this can sustain quite a bit. Huh. Slot holmium solution. Make it 500. Upping full is not ideal for me. Alright, what's going to bring the quantite shards over to Newman? It's a brilliant question, me. Thank you, me. Do find myself oftentimes asking myself these questions. Pretty good. Turn of solution per second. Form solution per second. Cut off 2 of these. That's close enough. There's our holmium solution. Let's get our rock. Need the holmium itself. So this is going to be the belt that carries not only basically everything, the neodymium, the holmium, and the other whatnots. Now, lithium is pretty easy to process. All we're going to do is stick it in the calciner. Very simple, very easy. Alright, holmium. Now, the only problem with this is that it can get kind of jammed. I am foreseeing a potential issue with this setup here. Fuck, damn it. Can we make an ore sorter? How can we sort this ore? So we need to take one lane and sort it into 3 different ones. We're gonna have to figure out how to make those inert quantum science packs. ore sorting, ore sorting, ore sorting. Sorts or any except 6 input belts outputs. Doesn't exactly work. 4 ore sorting, but I only need 1 input belt. No, it's for trade networks. Could do something relatively simple like this. Okay. Lithium. This should theoretically work. Theoretically. Question is will it work? I don't know. Right, then we have the shift in the quantite ore. Okay, like I said before, the good thing about the quantite ore is that it just, because it can't spoil. It can spoil, yes, but it just shifts into a different thing. It doesn't go away, it just turns into something else. Now you're taking quantite ore. I mean, this kind of worked. Okay, I need to create a system that reads the outputs that are in here. We'll need some combinators. Neodymium. Neodymium. The quantite shards. And there's the quantum stabilizer. Base productivity of 50% though. And a crafting speed of 4. That's really strong. I had 2 extra shitters here the whole time. Awkward. That's fine. Also, one thing that I should check. Where are you, Nyx? Besides us probably getting attacked by jellyfish. How are we doing in terms of our... That thing constantly consuming ice, it's not that big of a deal. As long as it doesn't get jammed, that's all that matters. Lovely. We've gotten quite a few of our good friends here. Lovely. We are stinking up the place pretty badly, though. What's the pollution looking like? Oh, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. That's not that bad. Oh, we have quite a few antimatter robots. About 5k? That's enough for 3 planets. It's not bad. That is not the worst. It's not the best, but not the worst, actually. So, can't be too particularly upset about that. Obviously, we need more. build my little guys. These robots do look really cool, and they are also very, very overpowered. They require, unironically, 0 power usage. Like, these things are really nuts. We just need to make sure we have enough of them. Making enough of them is a, well, that's a hassle. That is not easy. Obviously, that one machine is not enough to supply demand for making all of this stuff. However, considering how slow antimatter... It's not that it's antimatter is slow, it's just antimatter is RNG. It's kind of crazy. And not all of our barometric devices are running at the same time because they're full of dark matter shards. We are not constantly producing antimatter, which is the only thing I really care about, is the production of antimatter. Maybe the fusion robots are going to be easier, but it's just going to take time. Okay, now for our current dilemma. Now, we have to basically create some kind of a machine, some kind of form of circuit logic, so this thing... These idiots don't pick up the quantite charts. Now here's the thing with the quantite charts. It doesn't matter what happens to these things. When they spoil, they just turn into a different shard. So it's not that big of a deal. We can just let them chill on a belt. It's whatever. They'll just shift into something else. Need this for the neodymium. We'll need these for the calciners. Calciners for the lithium plate. Molten iron for the neodymium plate. And water. We need a bunch of water. Some holmium solution. Lovely, lovely, bubbly. 320 per second, it's not bad. I know I make a lot more of that on Fulgora, but that's because I've definitely overcompensated. I didn't really need to make this power plant, but I just kind of did because I wanted to. It gives a good dump for the extra solid fuel, so it's fine. have done this so much better. But it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's just grab all the different combinators and see what I can figure out with them. I don't think we want selectors. I think the only ones we might want are arithmetic, but we'll also grab the deciders. I don't think we need constants because we don't need a constant number. Okay, so we grab the arithmetic combinator. Okay. All right. Read contents of the machine's products. Okay. Yes, I want that. Okay. Now you should be able to read that input. Yes. Okay. Cool. Now what I want for this thing to do is for this shitter to be able to set the filters on these things such that it picks up all of the ores that I'm going to get rid of. The calcite, the iron, the copper, and the stone. And the thorium. I forgot about the thorium. We don't want any of that shit. And to just get rid of the rest. Or would deciders be better at this? Deciders are also getting the input signal. I think deciders are going to be better at this. Yeah, I think we want the decider combinators. We can add multiple conditions. So what? Thorium ore is greater than 0. Or iron ore greater than 0. Copper greater than 0. Fucking copper, stone greater than 0. copper cash, calcite. Greater than 0. Thorium. Copy the count of the specified output signals from the input signals. Yes. I think we want it that way. So iron, copper, stone, calcite, calcite. Where are you? Output those things. Then we go here. Set filters. Doesn't detect anything, so it doesn't work. Doesn't do anything. Which makes sense. Okay. It's working. Hooray. This thing works. Gimme. Hooray. Alright, well. Now that this thing functions as it's supposed to, let's make... do we have the calciners? Calciners. There they are. Lithium plate. These sprites do look very nice, though. lithium. 4.75 just off of that alone. That's fine. I think should be okay. That's fine. Am I really out of stack inserters? There you go. No, we are not out of stack inserters. Gag! Should we be should I be making these now, actually? No, it might be better if I make the holmium plate first. The necessary lithium plate, I think. Oh, it doesn't matter. Sorry, little buddy. I misplaced that. Or rather, would it be better for me to just immediately start making the quantum shards? Quantum A is holmium plate, quantum B is neodymium, quantum C is lithium. Those are all made in the quantum stabilizers. Okay. So I guess actually, then in reality, all we want to do is just to make all of these things and then take them back. Because it doesn't matter about the quantite, because the quantite, even if they shift into a different thing, it doesn't matter. So therefore, we just want to stick it in a chest. I guess. This is very weird. Take the quantum, stick it in the chest, put it on a belt. The reason why I probably wanted it a belt rather than use a robot is because it probably will confuse the fuck out of the robot, being like, why the fuck does this thing keep changing when I'm holding it? So probably all we want to use circa 4 then is to just make the necessary intermediate products. The holmium, the and we also have to bring the Mirandite shards also to Newman. Which means make another one of the ships. That's to C, aka circa. To sir. It's not how you spell the word to. Okay. To CI, which means then we want one to Newman. It should be NE. Right. Add space platform. To because we need the chunks to also be sent there. We just copy and paste this design. It gets the job done. It gets the job done. It's a solid shape. I can't complain. I fucked up the belt storage a little bit. I mean, it's the first time attempting to do this. It came out alright, I think. It works. She gets the job done. That's all that matters. And we fixed also this design flaw, blah, 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 blah. Fixed a couple of design flaws. Important flaws we had to fix. Alright. Ship complete. You. Make. Nix Mirandus Circa instead of Circa. I wish I could copy and just change the plan instead, but I can't do that. Okay, circuit condition. Equals 0. Right. Okay, cool. Circuit condition, check signal, equals 0. And you will just take time to build. We'll let you stay here until we load it on ammo and stuff, blah, 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 then send you on your merry way. You'll just take a little bit of time. Okay, now as for this stuff, I think what we want to do then... Okay. Quantum shards. Do we just want to make the quantum shards here? We could make the quantum shards here. But we need the quantum stabilizers. Can we place these things? We can't build them here. I have to go and get some Newman conduits. Okay. You. Low. Can you make Newman conduits? No. We need quantum shards to make Newman conduits, of course. The ever-annoying eternal cycle. Oh god, if these things aren't building anything, it's going to be such a pain in the fucking neck because they're going to be constantly... if they're constantly shifting, it's not that big of a deal, but that means if you use a requester chest, it's going to keep requesting the fucking dumbass shards over and over again. No, this would have to be done by belt. And the inserter will just be like, oh, I'm just going to pick it up and put it in there. Not researched that? Probably should research it. Nope, we have to get the quantum science pack before we can do that first. Nuisance. Fucking give me this shit, asshole. These damned inconveniences are heavily inconvenience me. It annoys me. Curses. Give me less inconvenience or give me death. Also, what the hell are you fucking idiots missing? Yeah, I figured. Alright, what's going on here? short on rubies. Short on crystal quartz. Wonderful. Alright. 19. And we need the red ruby lasers to make more of these. 10.5 per second. We're just short on rubies. Hey! We may have gone a little overkill on the red lasers. Okay, that's fair. Science production's a little slow because we don't produce enough rubies. Alright. You know what? That is fair. Now, we have a simple solution to all of our problems in this game. It's called JBM, aka Just Build More. Bro, just build more. And you'll probably be okay. So, let's just get rid of this shit. We need to double this. Perhaps even triple it. Then we'll have another problem. Polishing compound is going to become a problem. Oh, it's going to be a problem. Okay. First off, we do not need this here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that and replace it with one of these. This will make sense eventually. But we are going to significantly increase the amount of polishing compound we have. Get rid of all this. May need more lava. We're going to preempt that. Double the amount of lava. Alright. Leave this here. Sure. Shirk that up by 1. Do we have enough of this shit? Is another question. 228 per second. Oh dear. We do not have enough iron production for this shit. That's a bit of a problem. But we need more compound. We need a bunch more compound. Let's just do this. Let's pull one of these. is we are just a little short on the amount of iron we need, which is again a bit of a problem. Fix this real quick. Bye. Okay, now these shitters are kind of in the way. So what happens when I don't have enough of something? It becomes a whole shit show emergency to be like, I need to compensate. We need more. Okay, give me more. This 240. 236. In terms of the amount of that we mine, that's not a problem. Yeah, 595 per second, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we're fine. No, do I actually have enough iron? Yes. This still probably is not going to be enough polishing compound. Which again, that's a big problem for us. For the demand that we need to make the rubies, oh, that is not enough. Because I was thinking, it's like, we probably have to, at the very least, triple this. Where exactly do I not have enough polished crystals? Rocket fuel is eating at it? No, it's here. 19 per second. No, we're fine. We should have more than enough, so why are we short then? Found a problem. Half of my machines were never connected to my polishing compound. Well, good thing I noticed that. Hopefully. Because the only thing that we need a ton more of is definitely polishing compound. $960. These should pump 4,800 per second. Let's see. Okay. 41. Probably need to cut down significantly on this. 7 per second. It's not enough, so therefore we need these two only. It's more than enough. I decided to double just in case, but we don't need that much. Let's see. How much do you need then? 56 rubies per second. Okay, plus the science. Need 75 rubies per second. This produces about 28. So I'd have to triple production to keep up. We're missing rubies right now because I didn't reconnect the belts. That's fine. That's intended. Okay, let's start by doubling. Cliff's in the way. I have to come back and fucking do this probably. Okay, you have won this time, Cliffs. Bastards. Some of my beacons are overlapping. That's annoying. Well, that's another thing that's gonna have to be fixed. Do 3 apart? Yeah, we do 3 apart. That's fine. Okay, that should help a little bit. It's not enough, but it helps. The problem is I'd have to come back in order to take care of the rest of the issues. It's about half of what we want. It's nowhere near enough still. And I'll have to fix the beacons. Okay. And since we're launching rockets again, crystals get eaten as well. I think this will just have to be okay for the time being. Again, another problem is definitely going to be the polishing compound. Well, actually, that didn't increase the polishing compound consumption by that much. Yeah, we should be okay for the time being. Of course, we also have to consider these shitters as well. 850 per second. Oh, and the science packs themselves. Yeah, okay, so 877. Still good. And then, obviously, if we incorporate anything else, it becomes a problem. We just need to make more space for more polishing compound, and which means we need to make more iron. can somehow make it work. It's not gonna look neat, but it can work. We can shove it in here. We'll have to go out this way. Or I could just tap another vein of metallic ore and just plop a shit ton. Make a fuck ton of iron so I can make a fuck ton of compound. Put on a separate line. That works as well. I'll do all that when I come back here, because we're gonna have to come back here. We have a couple things we need to fix in the end, but we do have a nice, lovely patch of ore we can just take. We're not gonna make a train for it. It's unnecessary. What is this area doing in terms of power? You're chill. Yeah, you're chill with it. 10.5 megawatts? It's more than enough. These geode mining drills, especially with efficiency modules, really do not take up a lot of power. Very little power. I don't know why I have these radars here. Don't need them. Whatever. Okay, so that's probably what we're gonna do. Make a dedicated area to make a fuckload of iron ore so you can then make a fuckload of polishing compound because we need more. Ain't enough, we need more. And this thing is not keeping up. It appears that I have detected another issue. Our pipes have not been placed correctly. I've been producing about half of the polishing compound that I've needed, probably. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Here's what we're gonna do instead. No wonder if I've been so short on polishing comp. That's much better. There we go. Which one's the one that picks up my science? MFH. Not you. That's for certain. It should be you. No. It's not you. It's not you. It's you. You pick up my science, the one that goes to Fulgora to get holmium and superconductors. Correct. And you are done building. Change that to this. Well, whatever. Yeah, you can do that. We may have a problem here with uranium fuel cells. I mean, if I run out of fuel up top at Circa, that should be okay. Oh, no, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Potential problem could be if this thing is completely full of chunks. Then I won't be able to fit the fuel cells. It'd be kind of annoying to take care of that problem. But it should be that big of a deal. Okay, right. Figuring out what the hell we want to do with this shit. What do I want to do with this shit? Stick it on a rocket. Throw it all up into space. We could do that. That could work. Because we need to take these things to Newman for it to be processed. Right, I was probably also going to do some yapping while playing. Ugh. Oh boy, religious grifting. ICE grabbing a 17-year-old Target worker at his job. By the way, this is illegal, private property. You can only do that if you have a warrant. Obviously, they don't. Despite him saying he's a U.S. citizen, after confirming he was, they dumped him in a Walmart lot 8 minutes away. Bystanders started sobbing, bleeding, slammed me on the ground. Very cool. hell's that thing? Trump meeting with oil executives. An hour long? I don't want to look at this for an hour long. Fuck that. Asmongold faces pedophile accusations over past rumors with teen streamer Kaisi. Kaisi? Early 2024, 33-year-old streamer Asmongold collaborated with 17-year-old Kaisi, sparking romance rumors when viewers saw her at his Texas home. Recent posts mocking his appearance alongside her photo drew 25,000 likes, but replies hammered the age difference. One gaining 108,000 likes, labeling him a pedophile, despite Texas' age of consent being 17. Well, 33-year-old with a 17-year-old. It's not really defensible. No evidence of a relationship. Asmongold denied in 2025. I don't know. Janitors highlighted community notes distinguishing pedophilia from attractions to teens. Ah, it's ephebophilia, not pedophilia. It's ephebophilia, not pedophilia. Okay, bro. While critics call it predatory, but it's controversial persona. One way to put Asmongold, controversial. No charges or new evidence exist, and Asmongold remains single as of late 2025. Wonder why he's single. Couldn't possibly think of anything. Shit was that? There is one person that we can do. The fucking one video that we can shit on. It's this. Alright. So I'm gonna think and want to try to think about where exactly I'm gonna go with this shit. I wanted to talk about the Trump stuff. I wanted to go over the oil executive stuff. It's an hour and a half. I don't want to go through an hour and a half long fucking video of him inevitably rambling about random bullshit and just him lying. It's like, no, don't wanna. Really do not want to. I will make fun of this Nuxtaku video though. How much does this idiot fucking post on his channel, though? Dude, he really does just copy-paste thumbnails. He posts a video daily. Oh no, fucking, Nuxtaku's, getting into a bunch of history that he doesn't understand. That in fact he definitely understands. My man seems to be going quite hard into the Islamophobia sort of grift. Whatever. Alright. Let's get started. Ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Alright, let's get started with this. Nux. He's an idiot. And a grifter. One day I will make an attack on grifters on him specifically. Going through his entire history, blah, 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 blah. Would need to do a little bit of prep work for that, because I need to look into all the issues exactly, yada, yada, yada. See for myself, do the proper, I guess, research or whatever. And then, obviously, properly show on him. But I saw a video about this by Otterly Noah. Commentary YouTuber, shits on grifters. You know, the works. For those who may not know about Nux, Nux is essentially a bit of a lolcow and a big fucking goddamn grifter. The reason why he's a bit of a lolcow, despite apparently patching things up with, like, Mutahar or something, whatever. Stupid. That's more so a problem that I have with, like, people like fucking Mutahar. Despite the fact that he not only fell for a social engineering campaign while trying to uncover some potential hacking attempts of the VShojo talent, before, of course, VShojo went belly up after committing charity fraud. Very cool VShojo for doing that. Very, very good. Nux got exposed for being a big fan of Shadman. Now, for those who may not know about Shadman, Shadman is basically a pedophile. Yeah, I'm not going to mince meat on this one, or mince my words on this. Yeah, he's a fucking pedophile. Has drawn child pornography of 8-year-olds, has drawn child pornography of Keemstar's daughter, for fuck's sake, and has also done thumbnails specifically for Nux. For those who may not know about Nux, like, in terms of some of his thumbnails, he's changed them now, has done some real fucking towing the line kind of thumbnails, where he essentially has porn, but censored in a particular way so then YouTube doesn't basically kick him out. Yeah, really fucking towing the goddamn line. Essentially what I'm saying here is that he is a freak. He also has a podcast that he has hosts with his good old pal fucking Tectone, talking about fucking lolicons. Yes. Himself, Tectone, all being like weird pedo-adjacent fucking freaks. Very, very consistent. And as a result of being outed as basically a patron of Shadman, also, real quick, Nuxtaku is also the exact same fucking dude who made all those Jaden animations thumbnails, basically pretending that he and Jaden are like best friends for some reason. It's really weird. Like, really, really weird. I have no idea why Nux is doing that. I'm saying that he's like, yeah, me and my best friend Jade, and it's just like, bro, she doesn't even know who you are. Like, why are you saying that you're friends? Like, what the fuck? Like, we all know the fucking examples. Like, he's unironically done a video where he looked at Jane Animation's Rule 34 stuff, and also has done a video, I think, where apparently he got, like, an ADHD diagnosis also with Jane Animation. It's... trying to think about this is, like, it's gonna cause me to have a fucking aneurysm, and I'm just be like, why did I do this to myself? Why do I do this to myself? It's a great question. Nuxtaku, a very strange individual, to put it, I guess, very kindly. Very, very strange individual, and has basically, as a byproduct of him being exposed of being a Shadman simp, pedophile, let's not forget, also a lolicon fucking weirdo, has basically been ostracized from the general sort of YouTube community. Fantastic, excellent, very, very good. We love the fact that this fucking weirdo-ass dipshit has been ostracized, as he should have always been, from the general sort of YouTube community. Because, again, he's a fucking simple Shadman. He said he's wanted to collaborate with Shadman before and has gone art from Shadman specifically. There's a whole thread about it. Anywho, he decided to, I guess, react to a video talking about why giving trillions to Africa doesn't help. Now, allow me to answer the question. Let's start talking about this at first. Okay. It's because of colonialism. That's why. Explicitly, and even Arlie Noah says this, I know the history on this as well. Europeans, as a byproduct of the scramble of Africa. Now, Nux, I know that you're not very intelligent, but here, we'll do some quick Googling. I feel like we're going to be doing this constantly. So, scramble for Africa. Scramble for Africa was the colonization of Africa, which was about done around the 1870s. The conference itself done by all of the Western European powers to split up Africa amongst, well, 8 different sort of countries. That, of course, being the Belgians, the French, the Germans, the Italians, the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the English. So it was 7. Yes, it was 7 countries. Was split up by these differing sort of countries, and essentially said, the European powers made a deal amongst themselves, saying like, okay, we'll just take over these countries. Because obviously, throughout the entirety of the 1800s, there was already established colonies within Africa. Also, not to mention all the fucking eugenicists that would go there with their calipers to measure skulls and stuff like that. That was also very popularly done in Africa. So much so that, to prevent wars among the European nations, in Berlin, they decided to have a conference with all the main people who wanted to colonize Africa, saying like, okay guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to split this up. We're going to give territory, segment it all properly, blah, 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 to whoever claims it. We're going to draw random lines on maps, something that the Europeans love to do, very, very much so, very often, and we're going to start colonizing these areas, subjugating them, implementing colonial governments, blah, 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 blah. Standard European colonial bullshit. And explicitly, this was done because a lot of people knew Africa, very, very rich country. Very rich in a lot of mineral resources, rich in oil, where this was eventually starting to be discovered, rich in a lot of differing resources. And the European powers wanted to make it such that the Africans were basically put down and not allowed to develop these things for themselves. Essentially, a lot of the problems within Africa in terms of, say, either brain drain, in terms of a lot of the exploitation of its resources, has been basically the byproduct of all these European colonial powers siphoning away all of that wealth, resource wealth, general sort of mineral wealth,
what have you, right? Lots of resources within Africa. Rare earth minerals as well. All of that has been basically siphoned away for the benefit of a very, very select few of European countries and corporations. So yeah, the reason why now a lot of money, generally speaking, gets sent to Africa in aid through USAID, for example, the reasoning for that is because colonialism, the basis of the foundational sort of basis of Africa as a byproduct of the scramble for Africa. Not only that, but let's not also forget transatlantic slavery. That's also another problem. That was about, it would have been about 70 years before? Longer than that. No, it would have been longer than that. Would have been about the 1600s. Something like that. Give or take. Africa has basically had not only its people plundered, but its resources plundered for a very, very long time. Hundreds of fucking years. And considering the fact that a lot of these countries just became independent nations in around 60s, some cases the 90s, because of a lot of tomfoolery done by the French after leaving all their colonial possessions, but then them essentially setting up a system such that the African countries are still tied to French currency. There's a bunch of videos about this. Makes it such that a lot of these countries that just have now emerged throughout the past 60 years have been struggling to be able to build economies for themselves, have been struggling to be able to sort of get on their own 2 feet. And guess what? They now need aid in order to be able to do that. Of course, a lot of this not well regulated. A lot of this gets taken away in corruption. It's a thing that constantly happens, you know? Every sort of charity drive has its own corruption problems. This is a thing that consistently happens. Even like recently, there's been there's like Joseph Kony stuff that probably all got taken away by differing African warlords. There's been a ton of differing like charity drives that have had good intentions, but have also been taken away by not only corrupt warlords, but also corrupt government officials. Because again, the problem with Africa is, and the reason why it's as corrupt as it is simply because of the fact that they've just never had an opportunity to be able to develop for themselves. Because the foundation of development for them to be able to stand on their own 2 feet economically and also civically speaking, has essentially been taken away from them on purpose by European powers through colonialism. That's the main fucking problem here. It all stems back to that specifically. What the Europeans have done. Alright, what do we have here?
Gentlemen and female gentlemen, we are doing a deep dive on why Africa is so poor. We are giving billions of dollars, trillions of dollars to Africa constantly, and for some reason, it's still dirt. It's still all dirt. I'm telling you, man, I don't understand. All right, it cost America $10 million to capture the El Presidente of Venezuela, but it's costing us trillions of dollars all the time from the entire Western world for money.
That's not a good thing, by the way. Nux to just randomly do regime change of Venezuela, all for the express purpose. Also, by the way, he fucking zoomed in on the wrong continent. He zoomed in on South America and not. Okay, nice meme. Whatever. Oh man, dude. This is gonna be fucking rough, dude, because I know he's just gonna say so much idiotic fucking bullshit. I'm gonna be consistently pausing it. It's just saying why he's a complete fucking moron. Yeah, it's just constantly saying why he's a fucking moron. Nux. Just because $10 million were spent to capture Nicolas Maduro is not necessarily as good of a thing as you may think. The Chavistas are still currently in power. Not much has really changed within Venezuela. So, what was the point of the regime change to begin with? Oh, it's because Trump said he wants the fucking goddamn oil. But now he said, it's so contradictory. The oil executives themselves have said, yeah, we want basically nothing to do with Venezuelan oil infrastructure. We don't want to repair that. That shit's 50 years old. It's going to be really expensive. And the ROI on that is going to be really, really fucking bad. Really, really bad. So we want basically nothing to do with any of that shit. Fuck that. Absolutely the fuck not. The only ones who... And there was a really good Francesca Fiorentini video about this, talking about the main guy who wanted to go into Venezuela in order to do regime change on Maduro. I forget the name of the guy, but he's a Trump mega donor, but he has stake in Cisco. Cisco is a Venezuelan-owned oil company that guy has a lot of investments in. And, well, with the Maduro government being deposed, of course, it makes it such that it's going to be easier for him to basically exploit the Venezuelan oil resources for himself to make a killing for himself. That's why. Trump just did this to appeal one of his oil executive buddies. That's literally the reasoning. And also because apparently Maduro was like dancing and he thought it was an insult. Very cool.
Into Africa, you got Mr. Beast going down there building wells, and it's still trash. It's still wilderness, barbaric trash. Now, I am not a racist. If I was, I might have a different analysis here. But as a non-racist,
you are definitely racist.
This is a lore video. Giving money to Africa makes it boring. All right, lock in everybody. I'm excited to figure out why we shouldn't actually be spending money giving it to Africans, but keep it instead. It's gonna be great. Definitely subscribe, because here on Nuxtaku we do daily lore videos. Lore includes history now. That's the rules. I don't make them. That was a lie.
Also, by the way, Mr. Beast is not building wells in Africa in order to help improve material conditions in Africa, you fucking moron. Mr. Beast does philanthropy for the express purpose of having tax cuts. That's literally the purpose of being philanthropic.
In the last 50 years, over $1.2 trillion of aid money has been poured into Africa.
Right.
More than the entire GDP of countries like Spain, Australia.
People really crying about like, I can't believe that Trump is wasting money on a blank when they're starving children in Africa. Motherfucker, we've given them so much money. We gave them so much money. Think about all the learning centers they can open over there.
Or South Korea. When all of this.
Are we doing? Of course, we're doing like Minnesota fucking memes as well. Nux, I know that you don't understand what this means because you've only gotten into politics like yesterday because of the fact that everyone knows that you're a fucking Shadman simp and thinks you're a fucking goddamn weirdo. The reason why a lot of money gets poured into Africa when a state wants to do that is for soft power. To be able to have favors from that fucking state. There are very, very simple geopolitical reasonings for as to why people want to do that. Send money to people, you curry favor. You curry favor to get favorable deals. That's how it fucking works. It's called geopolitics.
This began, just 11% of Africa lived in poverty. But by the 1990s, after floods of money and global campaigns, that number had actually increased to 66%.
We gave them trillions and we 6x their poverty? You see, man, listen, dude. You know, honestly, this liberal agenda, it's gotta go, bro. Why are we giving them infinite money, dude?
And today it stands at 30.
What the fuck does the liberal agenda have to do with giving fucking money to Africa? Again, it's called geopolitics. It's called it's called soft politics. It's not the term. Soft power. There we go. You curry favors through doing by giving aid and money to ailing nations, so you get favorable deals in the sort of meantime. That's how it works. But Trump, because he's an idiot, would prefer to do hard power, military strikes, basically killing a bunch of people, which is not going to be very conducive to being able to curry favor with the African people, or whichever country he's bombing at the moment. Like, do you really think that people are going to be, in Africa, are going to be big fans of the fact that Trump randomly just bombed a bunch of places within Nigeria, random villages and random mosques and shit? Do you think that's going to be really conducive to being able to curry favors for the people of Nigeria to be able to get beneficial deals for extraction for U.S. fucking companies? No, probably not. But if it was Trump's way, he would just take over the fucking country.
38%, over 3 times higher than when the aid program started. In fact, back in the 1950s, the average Western European was just 5 times richer than the average African. Now the gap has more than doubled to 13 times. Today, over.
Probably has nothing to do with like culture, right? Probably. Do you get it, guys? Do you get how I was actually being sarcastic? You're spending all your money on sand. Shut the fuck up, bro. Look, man. Some cultures are just worse than others. That's my opinion. And some cultures are just dog shit.
Half of all African.
I can't believe. Blacks are just inherently bad. I'm going to attribute dumb fuck goddamn American culture war points on Africans for some fucking reason. Blacks are inherently predisposed to doing crime, so therefore giving them aid is bad. Okay, dude.
Still live on less than $5.50 a day, and nearly 600 million people don't have access to electricity.
You could like own Africa if you want to with enough money, and not in like the slave way. I just mean like as like a real estate developer.
See, that's not to say this is an.
Nux, How do you think slavery fucking worked, you idiot? You would go with a bunch of money, you just purchase people. That's how it used to fucking work, you idiot. And if someone just, like, I don't know, randomly decided, like, I'm just gonna go buy Africa for whatever, that's essentially what it's going to fucking devolve into. It would just devolve into, like, a slave state. What is it? Deposition, rather. Not the deposition, but the deposing of Muammar Gaddafi within Libya made it such that slave markets were able to return within the fucking country. It was really bad.
But technically also in the slave way. Like, I'm not... Alright, moving on.
Highly recent phenomenon. Africa has always...
So do you want slavery or do you not want slavery, Nux? Like, you pick one. It's like, I think people should own... I think, like, some kind of country or corporation should own Africa in the slave way. We should have African slaves again or something. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
always been poorer than the rest of the world, at least for the past 300 years. But for decades, the West's answer to this has been simple. The reason they're poor is because they don't have enough money. And to fix that, we simply just need to give them more. So that's exactly what's happened. Since the 1960s, the amount of aid going into Africa has increased...
Dog, they need to figure their shit out, man. They need to figure their shit out. Like, bro, they were a shithole before getting trillion...
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I think, this is technically speaking what the person is saying here in the video. I don't know the name of the individual who's making the video, but I think it's a little reductionist. Now, generally speaking, a lot of sort of liberal thoughts in how they think is, generally speaking, if we just give a bunch of aid and economic sort of trade to certain countries, they're going to want to participate within our sort of like global markets and stuff like that. It's going to it makes it easier that way. It's not exactly how that works. It's a rather naive form of thinking. Generally speaking, that's a problem with broader sort of liberalism in general. However, just randomly saying, yeah, we need to just buy up Africans again and own them as like fucking slaves is not going to really be helpful. So, Nux, you're being a bit of a fucking dumbass, little bro.
And they're even more of a shithole now. It's obviously not something that you just give infinite money to and it fixes itself. Like, they need to figure shit out, man. Not trying to be controversial or anything. Don't want to be mean. But also, like, oh my god, dude, figure it out.
Buddy, not trying to be controversial or anything, immediately brings up culture when talking about the problems of the sort of liberal idea of fucking charity and how philanthropy is never the optimal solution to dealing with systemic fucking problems. Stupid.
Oh, bro. Also, how are they paying us back? Like, bro, why are we doing this just as a freebie? Just as a freebie, bro. What were you giving us?
It's called soft power, Nux. If you weren't a fucking idiot, you'd probably understand this. It is about more powerful nations being able to curry favor with smaller nations so they get beneficial deals. That's kind of the point.
It's in return.
By nearly 120 times. It's easy to see why this is...
I love how parents like tell kids, we can't just throw money at you, we can't just give everything you want, it'll end up being bad for your development. Let's give infinite money to Africa.
Such a popular strategy. It's simple. When we think of aid, we imagine schools being built, roads being paved, children being vaccinated. By and large, this is the strategy that transformed Europe and America into
that
the
is
powerhouses they are
the
today.
intention, of
Christian
course.
nations with biblical values.
But in Africa, it doesn't.
Well, hold on.
Being vaccinated. By and large, this is the strategy that transformed Europe and America into the powerhouses they are today.
Christian nations with biblical values.
But in
Nux. You fucking idiot. How many African countries are majority Christian? This is an easy one. Now, this is from the AI overview. Christianity is the majority religion in approximately 34 African countries, primarily located in southern, central, and east Africa. I believe this was from 2019. I looked this up before. Nux, I know that math is not exactly your fucking strong suit, but this is 31 countries that are majority fucking Christian. Why don't we take a look? How many countries are there in Africa? How many African countries are there? 54 countries in Africa today. Nux, that is a majority. Over half of the countries in Africa have Christian majority populations. Oh, but it's because they're fucking Christian nations, guys. That's why Europe was able to develop. Again, dumb fuck 3 IQ, alt-right, sort of far-right fucking talking point, because, again, Nux is an idiot and barely understands how politics works.
In Africa, it doesn't seem to work. The obvious answer
Warlord shithole with Islamism and bullshit. You probably couldn't hear because I was coughing.
54 countries in Africa. 34 of them are fucking Christian, Nux. 20 of them are probably, well, we don't know if they're majority Islamic states, but we can assume it's probably majority Islamic. Actually, no. Are majority Islamic. Sure, we can just look that up real quick. Very easy. 21. AI overview. Not exactly the 100% accurate numbers. But yeah, Africa is a majority Christian nation because of, again, this, you fucking idiot. I wonder how Africa ended up being majority Christian. You fucking moron. I wonder why Islam is mostly predominant in the northern parts of fucking Africa. Something called the Umayyad and the Rashidun fucking... Well, this would have been mostly the Umayyads, not the Rashiduns. It's something called the Umayyad fucking Caliphate. That's why North Africa is majority fucking Muslim, for example. And sort of parts of the northeastern parts of Africa as well. It's called the Caliphate, motherfucker. You should probably learn about this.
But I actually was talking about how our nation is better than their nation because our culture is better than their culture. Just trying to explain that in case you couldn't understand through the cough.
answer that many people turn to.
Again, it's not about fucking culture, you dumbass. Colonialism made it such that African nations don't really have a leg to stand on because of over-exploitation of their resources and their populations, making it such that they were not able to properly develop in the perfect European way because they've had their resources stolen from them. And people fucking stolen from them, Nux.
Is colonialism. Europe wrecked the continent, leaving economic systems so bad that the rise of dictators and corruption was inevitable. And while there's no denying that fleets of luxury cars and presidential jets, while around 30% of the continent lives without clean water, certainly doesn't help, there's more to the story. And a growing body of research is showing...
Bro, I'm so tired of this. Like, actually, colonialism is the problem of all the things. All the things that are bad happen because colonialism is a thing.
That's not the argument that's being made, Nux. If you actually cared, or like, spent 3 seconds thinking and not, like, I don't know, chimping out like a complete fucking moron, you could probably understand, like, yeah, actually, the main problem here is colonialism. That is definitely the main issue here, specifically with why Africa is as poor as it is. Yeah, sometimes, you know, Occam's razor, it is the correct explanation. But does Nux understand this stuff? No.
All right, baby. All right. Estimates of average IQ across Africa vary significantly due to methodological debates, blah, blah, blah. All right. Okay. So estimates...
Why the fuck are you asking Grok this fucking question? Also, nice spelling of Africa, you fucking moron. Hey, Nux. You're asking about the average IQ of fucking Africans, yet your dumbass can't even spell Africa correctly. Okay, bro. Yet you want to fucking complain about the average IQ of fucking Africans. Like, what are you supposed to say to this? Like, what do you say to this? Look at how fucking mentally ill and stupid all these Africans are. That's why they're so inherently poor. And the dude's asking fucking Grok about the average IQ of Africans and spelling Africa wrong as a result. And again, stupid. Just stupid. He's just an incredibly fucking stupid person. Dude, it's about estimate around 68 to 70 is the IQ. I wonder, okay, this is one thing that I am curious about. A thought that I've had. How bad is brain drain specifically from Africa? I can only assume that brain drain is probably a huge issue in the country, considering the fact that it is as poor as it is, and like I've said before, Africa, in sort of like neo-colonialism, which is a thing, still will have a bunch of people get poached from it by Western countries to help benefit them specifically, right? The sort of over-exploitation of Africa is still not done to this day. And it still is, broadly speaking, not only by the US or the West, but also by the Russians and the Chinese. Belt and Road Initiative, essentially purchasing a bunch of debt from African countries, so much so that they are now essentially put in a debt trap and are forced to have to basically pay unreasonable amounts of debts to the Chinese for a very, very long time that they can't pay off, thus meaning the Chinese are going to be allowed to operate with impunity in the country. The Russians generally do this through mercenary groups, such as Wagner. Wagner will go in, get hired by various African warlords, and they will be allowed to sort of exploit the resources within African nations for the express purpose of benefiting the Russian state, of course. And also, of course, the West. Generally speaking, the way the West exploits Africa will be through somewhat similar to, it's a little bit of, it's not exactly as forceful as the Russians, but similar to ways to the Chinese, because the Chinese mostly got this model through the Americans, except they cut out the middlemen of the World Bank, the IMF. Through the World Bank and the IMF, they will give basically very predatory loans to a lot of African countries, but they need the loans in order to be able to develop or do anything, because again, fundamentally speaking, the foundation of Africa has been inherently sort of, I guess for lack of a better term, fraught. It's not great for Africa. They've been having a lot of problems being able to develop. Again, most of these countries became countries not that long ago, fairly recently, ranging from about 30 to 60 years ago. For example, with like, I think Algeria became an independent nation just in 1999, right? That was about 20 years ago, almost 30 years ago. Angola was also in the 90s, I believe. That's another independent nation that happened recently. By the way, also apartheid. Apartheid was a system that was abolished also about 30 years ago. A lot of like African history and overthrowing a lot of the vestiges of colonialism that used to exist in the country, not the continent rather, for hundreds of years, have been recently overthrown, and it makes a lot of sense that it's going to take them a lot of time to develop and be able to get on their own sort of 2 feet, I guess for lack of a better term. But again, does Nux understand something like this? No. He would prefer to blame this all on like the fucking Africans not adopting European fucking culture, even though, and like not being like adopting European religions, even though European missionaries have been consistently sent to convert Africans to Christianity. Again, the vast majority, well, not vast majority, but the majority of African countries are Christian. So again, it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, it's one of those things where it's so mind-numbingly fucking stupid to just go through how fucking idiotic this dude is. Would take hours. And I don't really care to spend hours talking about how much of an idiot Nux is. Again, the only reason why he's doing this is because he's doing a fucking political pivot. That's it. We all know, again, Shadman enthusiast over here. Also, weirdo Jaden animation sort of dumbass over here. And also, really bad at exposing a hacker or a potential doxer for the shoujo looking head ass over here. Dude who's just so fundamentally fucking terrible at his goddamn job at whenever he, like, I don't know, sets his mind to do anything whatsoever. Because he's really fucking stupid. Also, Nux, I wonder why you might be having such a problem with fucking colonialism, considering the fact that you yourself are also a fucking colonizer when you squatted in a fucking Palestinian home after one of your relatives got killed serving the fucking IDF in Gaza in 2023. I wonder why you might be particularly triggered by the word colonialism, but I digress. That's fucking Nuxtaku in a nutshell. Some of the reasonings for as to why he's just an idiot, man. Like, there's no other way to put this besides, God, he is mind-numbingly fucking stupid.
Around 68 to 70%. 68 to 70, average IQ. However, this guy disagrees and says, no, actually, it's 82. And this other analyses are like, no, 70 to 80. You're telling me colonialism dropped their average IQ by 30 points? Percent? Yeah, I said percent is a mistake because they're 70% normal people. Like, bro, you're not going to explain colonialism, all right? Maybe colonialism is the reason why.
like, what are you supposed to engage with there? It's just a screed of mental illness. Like, yeah, brain drain is a thing. A lot of people leave African countries because of that, to seek better economic opportunities because they've been overexploited by the West and are still being exploited by the West and now the Chinese and the Russians as well. Like, yeah, so people leave the country to go to Western countries, to go to their universities in order to be able to have better economic opportunities for themselves. Yeah, it's pretty fucking simple, actually. It's almost as if this was always intended by the system of colonialism.
Why they're not actually building modern empires and beautiful societies and civilizations. I don't know. Maybe it's because they're dumb. Fuck, I'm gonna get so canceled. I don't mean this in like a bad way. I'm not even saying this in like a bad way, alright? Different cultures are different. Different people are different. Like, I don't know why we're like doing this, man. Like, I'm not trying to be controversial or anything. But yeah, just...
Again, the only reason why he's sort of bringing up the point of fucking quote-unquote it's not anything about fucking culture. This is fucking, like, stupid. Like, if you just do 3 seconds of fucking research... Because, by the way, this took me, what? Not even 30 seconds to fucking pull up. This is a Wikipedia article, okay? Like, listen, this is really fucking goddamn easy, Nux. You can do this as well. I believe in you. But you can just pull this up and just be like, huh, scramble for Africa. Invasion, conquest, colonization. Huh. King Leopold. Wow, he killed a lot of fucking people in Africa. Man, that guy's kind of a piece of shit, the amount of people he killed in Congo. The exploitation, continued exploitation, even after the French left their imperial holdings within Africa. Man, that's also really bad as well. Again, it's one of those situations where it's just like, it's so astronomically fucking stupid, and it pretty much should tell you everything you need to know. For him, it's about race. For him, he doesn't like the fact that they're a bunch of fucking blacks being really fucking dumb and stupid, okay? Sometimes it really is just Occam's fucking razor, and he's just being racist. Like, that's literally it. That's the only fucking explanation that's possible.
Just blame colonialism.
That the money being given to Africa isn't just being wasted, it's actually making the continent poorer. But the truth is that decades of Western involvement might be the one thing holding Africa back. This is how aid laid the foundation for the biggest humanitarian failure of the modern era. For a time, foreign aid was seen as a kind of magic bullet, a surefire way to lift the continent of Africa out of extreme poverty. And to be fair, by the 1960s, there was a good reason to think this. The one major incident where it had been tried, it worked remarkably well. After World War II, Europe was left decimated, and all of this came with a massive geopolitical risk. Across Western Europe, communist parties were quickly gaining popularity.
Welcome to the sort of, again, byproducts and consequences of liberal sort of international hegemony, and the sort of idea that liberals have of saying, like, guys, if we just basically help out economically, therefore, and not deal with any of the corruption issues and the main fundamental problems with a lot of these countries, if we just forehead do economic, like, trade deals, because again, this is the same thing with Nord Stream. The most recent Sarcasmatron video goes into this perfectly. Ukraine, for example, the reason for as to why the Russians wanted to invade them is because they don't see Ukraine as a country. But the Germans thought, like, if we just get Nord Stream 2 and trade with the Russians and have economic relations with them, they won't want to invade Ukraine. Every East European country said, like, dog, it's fucking stupid, don't do that, you should really not do that. Too late, the Germans the Germans and the Russians were able to build Nord Stream 2. Very good, fantastic, thank you, Germany. Great. Great that you fucking did that. And piss off every East European country. Because again, if someone is just a dumbass fascist and doesn't see certain countries as a country and are just willing to sort of just invade them, just say, fuck it, like, we don't care. Ukraine is our little brother, we're just going to invade. No amount of, like, economic trade is going to necessarily help with that. That's not going to fucking help. In fact, it helped exacerbate the problems within Ukraine. It gave Russia more cause to want to do the invasion. So thank you, Germany, for partially playing a hand in the invasion of Ukraine. Fantastic, that's great. Similar sort of concept goes here. If you don't see the Africans as people, as sovereign countries, basically only as tools to be used and to be exploited, basically, it makes it such that you're not interested in economic emancipation for the African people. You don't, or, you know, within the countries of Africa, of course. It makes it such that you just see them as pawns for them to be exploited for your Western companies to make a fuck ton of money with. Again, neo-colonialism.
And there was a real risk that without a strong economy,
Yeah, you
Western
know.
Europe could turn to communism,
Now we
or
bet.
worse, be invaded by the Soviet Union.
Oh.
For the US, this would have been a disaster. So in 1947, the government announced one of the most ambitious economic programs in human
Marshall
history,
Plan?
the Marshall Plan. Between 1948 and 1952, the US pumped over $13 billion into Europe, roughly $160 billion in today's money. The idea was that by providing Europe with large amounts of cash,
This is the funniest thing in the world. It's like, if it works in Europe, why wouldn't it work in Africa? Because Europe is a civilization that's built on pretty much the same values as the United States, so the money that goes in would go to, for the most part, similar projects as the United States. All right, not to the horde of an angry warlord. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because the culture.
The culture, man. The culture. Man, the culture. Man, the culture. Nux. I don't know. I feel like it's just going to be a constant repeat of the exact same fucking thing. You're attributing stupid fucking racist ass talking points about African Americans onto Africans. They're not the same. This is like comparing fucking apples to oranges. And I know there's also disputes for how effective the Marshall Plan was. I think it only contributed to about 3% of the Europeans' recovery, of Western Europe specifically. None of this aid was given to the Eastern Europeans because, again, they were conquered directly by the Soviet Union as a part of the negotiations to stop World War II. Stalin demanded that he be given all of the Eastern European countries, and, well, East Germany, of course. Everyone basically capitulated on that. I think the only one who said, like, that's a really bad idea, guys, was Winston fucking Churchill. But everyone was so war-weary and tired, it's just like, fuck it, who cares? Whatever, just move on with it. Just let fucking Stalin have the territories. This clearly won't backfire on us whatsoever. So Stalin was able to claim basically all of the East European countries that he managed to push the Nazis out of, right? Direct imperialism as well there by Stalin. Very, very cool. The idea that it was the Marshall... Again, this is a part, again, of soft power. Basically, the reason for as to why America did this is to essentially get Europe in its back pocket. Secure a network of alliances for themselves. Because they can say, like, we gave you all this money in order to help jumpstart and rebuild your infrastructure and help with your economies. Because the European economies were able to sort of jumpstart back up without much of a problem because they've already been well developed. Not so much with Africa. Because of all these centuries of exploitation as a byproduct of fucking colonialism, Nux. I know this is a very, like, that's a really, really triggering word for you specifically. Because of all the exploitation that was done during colonialism, it has made it such that it is very difficult for the African people to be able to develop and be able to have a normal sort of European-style economy because they've been exploited for centuries. Nux. The shocker, I know.
Is similar or something. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because this is a culture that actually succeeded. European nations succeeded themselves. They got obliterated in a nasty war, but they succeeded. They had the infrastructure to succeed. Unlike, I don't know, shitholes in Africa. And again, I want nothing but love and peace and success for the African people. I want them to be able to build beautiful cities.
By the way, this is a consistent thing that fascists do all the time. Also, Nux, they already have large metropolitan fucking cities within Africa. There's plenty of them. Like, shut the fuck up. They may not, I don't know, look as nice as, like, European countries. I guess it also depends on what we mean exactly by nice. Because of, like, the sort of environment that they're in. But whatever. Does Nux care about any of that stuff? No, because he's just a fucking racist. It's really fucking simple. Like, to be quite honest. Occam's razor, people. Occam's fucking razor. Very, very good philosophical concept for people to sometimes engage with. The sort of... What's the quote? It's basically kind of a myth that Africa is underdeveloped. It's not that Africa is underdeveloped. It's that they got overexploited. They were not allowed to develop on purpose. The quote's by Michael Parenti. That's who. Michael Parenti basically said that Africa's not underdeveloped. It's overexploited. Because of, again, scramble for Africa, transatlantic fucking slave trade. They were not allowed to develop in the sort of European style and sort of fashion. If they had the decision to be able to do that, would they have done that? Maybe, maybe not. Who really fucking knows, to be quite honest? A lot of, like, I wonder if Nux here knows about Mansa Musa, who was one of the richest people on the fucking planet. because of the amount of gold wealth that he used to have. Was an African, by the way, African king specifically. This would have been about the 1300s. And he did like a tour of the Umayyad Caliphate. Or that might have been a little too early. My time frame could be completely wrong on that. I don't remember exactly this bit of history. But Mansa Musa used to be one of the richest fucking people on the planet. And again, byproducts of monarchy being bad, not being very interested in further development and doing infrastructure projects for the people, yada, yada, yada. And also as a byproduct of, again, the economic sort of coercion that Africa as a continent has been put in for the past several fucking centuries have made it such that they have not been able to develop in a sort of quote-unquote European sort of sense. Again, it should really just go without saying just how incredibly fucking idiotic this shit. It's just a baby's way of just engaging with history. Because he's not actually interested in engaging with history. He prefers to do like really strange apples to oranges comparisons, bringing up talking points that conservatives consistently use about African Americans, talking about their culture is the main reason why they haven't been able to integrate as well within America. It's like, that's not the main fucking reasoning. It's because of the failures of Reconstruction and slavery. Same problem within Africa. And because of the fact that there have been policies consistently done by the state that basically fuck them over. Oh, same sort of problem in Africa, but it's not exactly the fucking same. Not to mention, Africa gets doubly fucked because of the fact they still have deals that are inherently fucking exploitative by a bunch of, European Western powers, the Russians through their mercenary groups, and economic sort of coercion and imperialism being done by the fucking Chinese. It is still being fucking exploited to this day.
And glorious cultures and wonders of civilization and have technological marvels. But like, in
only
Marvel,
they weren't
right,
exploited.
The franchise of all time, all right, in Marvel, in Wakanda, all right, they have like the Wakanda area with like the epic vibranium, which is the ultimate hacks mineral that can do fucking everything. They were still duking it out in fistfights. They were like beating the shit out of each other to become rulers. They were still walking around like half naked. Like, in Wakanda, technologically advanced Africa in Marvel, okay? All right, the best they could do was Wakanda. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
Nux, you literally said yourself it's from fucking... Why the fuck are you bringing up Wakanda? What? Why? Wakanda doesn't exist. Vibranium doesn't exist. I don't know, what else? Like, what do you say to that besides just fucking stupid-ass racist? Yeah, fucking just stupid-ass racist. I can't believe my heckin' movie franchise would play into stereotypes and tropes in order to, I don't know, titillate the senses of 3 IQ morons like Nuxtaku.
America could kickstart investment in the economy, and surprisingly, it worked. In the decade after the Marshall Plan, GDP per capita across the region grew by almost 35%. For the Western world, this was a massive success. But for America, it also represented a turning point. It realized that through aid, it could make countries rich, and in doing so, make both new trading partners and long-term allies in the fight against communism. So after the success of the Marshall Plan, the US looked at another continent.
Yeah, it's not exactly how that works. Again, like, I don't know 100%, like, the person that's saying this video is not wrong when they say this, right? Liberals basically believe that through economic cooperation, in a exploitative sort of capitalistic sense, that's going to help lead to people being able to economically prosper and be able to participate within the global economy. You know, something that's been generally speaking being set up around the point of the Marshall Plan being implemented. But it's also because of soft power, right? Currying favor with nations in order to be able to build a network of alliances. And also have business interests there as well for the main sort of nation that's giving aid. That's the point of it.
Africa. At the time, the continent was still reeling from centuries of colonialism. In 1960, the average income in sub-Saharan Africa was less than $150.
Dude, are we really gonna make believe this was all just because of colonialism?
Yes.
Like, I'm really glad that we're getting this perspective on why Africa's a shithole. But are we really gonna expect that it was just colonialism?
Yes.
Like, yeah, colonialism was obviously a thing. I'm not denying it. I'm not saying that it wasn't atrocious for some people. But like, you think the average income would have been like way higher without colonialism?
Yes.
And literacy rates were under 30%, with life expectancy hovering around 45
Bro, you're
years.
gonna tell me that literacy rate being 30% is because of colonialism? I'm
Yes.
sorry, man. Like, there's no way. There's no way, bro. What are you talking?
Europeans literally on purpose implemented policies through their colonial governments that they fucking controlled to basically make it such that education is hampered for the African people. and all the different countries that they had colonized. Yes, so they can continue the exploitation of the people. That's literally how it works, Nux.
Talking about? Get out of here.
Most of the continent lacked paved roads, electricity grids, or functioning governments, but it also had something America wanted: natural resources.
That's right,
The continent
baby.
held massive reserves of oil, copper, diamonds, and rare minerals. With a rapidly growing population, it was seen as a future economic giant. If America could repeat the success of the Marshall Plan, it could unlock a new economic frontier and build a key ally in the process.
True.
So the money started flowing. In the 1960s, sub-Saharan Africa was receiving $500 million in aid every year, but by the 1990s, that number had increased 40 times to almost $20 billion. Africa quickly became the most aid-dependent region on Earth.
Yeah.
And by the 90s, aid money made up over 60% of government budgets in countries like Uganda, Mali, and Burkina Faso.
The good news is they're sending all their people from there to us now because their places were not fixed by this fantastic project.
But despite this massive injection,
What is this fucking incredibly fucking ham-fisted sort of... Nux, you need money to be able to move to America, you fucking idiot. What, you think the African states are just rounding up a bunch of their people to just, like, ship them off to America? Are you fucking stupid? What are you talking about? It's not how that works, you fucking moron. If people want to emigrate from those countries, they need money to be able to do that, you dumbass. Whatever. Stupid. It's just stupid. It's stupid. He says this because he's an idiot and because he's racist. That's like literally it. But then again, you know, that's the the Israel sort of racism beam being projected into Nux's mind. He has to inherently talk shit about black people in the most idiotic fucking ways possible.
In fact, we have a Ugandan mayor of New York City right now. Not even exaggerating. That's where we're at.
of cash, things were actually getting worse.
What relevance does Zoran Mamdani being Ugandan have to do with any of this? Like, hello? Are you Whoa, I had no idea that the government of Uganda basically decided to dump Zoran Mamdani in New York, and he became mayor as a result. Nux, people voted for him, and he was able to win an election, by the way. That's how it works. That's how elections work. Again, like, what are you supposed to say to this besides, holy fuck, you are incredibly fucking stupid. Like, there's nothing to inherently debunk here. It's like, wow, you are fucking stupid, man.
Worse. In fact, from 1970 to 2000, the average income in Africa declined, despite receiving almost $600 billion over this time period. But rather than changing approach, the West doubled down. In 2005, the UN launched the Millennium
Very
Development Goals,
corrupt.
and the G8 promised to double aid to Africa, with the end of aiming poverty by 2030. This wasn't just a government strategy anymore. It had become a public movement. Campaigns like Comic Relief in the UK, Live Aid, and Band-Aids Feed the World turned Africa into a moral crusade.
Yeah.
Ordinary citizens were donating...
This became like the giant grift of the time. You know, like just give infinite money to Africa. You know?
That's not exactly, like, what do you mean grift? That's not what a grift means, you fucking idiot. What kind of financial benefit did these governments get in order to be... Well, not even the governments, that these aid organizations get in order... When they did all of these charity drives for Africa. Then that would be a grift, and it would be illegal. That'd be charity fraud, you fucking idiot. We all know why, again, why liberals... And this is mostly the hubris of fucking liberalism here. If they're just like, you know, this thing used to work before in the past. The Marshall Plan used to work. If we just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again and not really addressing any of the root problems and issues within Africa, you know, that'll probably work and it'll fix all the issues. Obviously, that's not the fucking case, and it's very naive. That, you know, liberal naivete yet again at its best. The main problem, again, with Africa has always been colonialism. It's not that Africa is underdeveloped, it's that it is overexploited. And it is still, to this day, being exploited by a bunch of different countries. Not only the West, but also by the Russians and the Chinese. To this day, Africa is not being allowed to chart its own course, to make its own decisions, to basically be able to develop on its own. It is still being exploited.
Not even exaggerating. Now, I do have a really hot take. In Niger and Chad and Ethiopia and places like that, the age of marriage for girls is under 15. All right? And that's not even talking about some of the other ones, man. Did you know that 76% of girls in Niger, Chad, Mali, the African Republic, and Guinea get married under 18? 76% of girls, okay? Like, colonialism...
I don't see what relevance this really fucking has. Child marriage laws exist in most states of the United States of America, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's still child marriage in America, bro. Like, what relevance does this have? Again, stupid.
Really? Like, we don't need to play this game forever.
Millions. Schools held fundraisers, and celebrities sang charity singles, all under the belief that...
Also, Nux, why the fuck are you complaining about the age of consent being really low within African countries when you unironically have a fucking lolicon fucking podcast? Like, again, like, projection? I can only assume one thing and one thing only, and that this is just Nux projecting.
Today. For the record, that's today. That's not back in 1940, all right? That's not in 1826. That's not in the year 600. All right? That's today, for the record.
Would fix the problem.
Nux, most African countries became countries not that long ago, about 30 years ago or 60 years ago, that they had their independence movements. Whoa, I shocker.
Created a powerful narrative that poverty in Africa wasn't about politics, corruption, or bad governance. It was simply about a lack of money.
That is such a crazy cope. Such a wild cope, though. Dude! No, that's a nutty cope, bro. It's not about politics, all right? It's not about the savages, all right? It's not about the low IQ average, right? You're not allowed to say that because you'll...
No, it is, like, the person making the video is correct. It is corruption, politics, and also, again, byproducts of fucking colonialism. Like, why are we doing, like, 1850s, like, eugenicist talking points? Like, I feel like Nux is about to pull out his calipers and being like, yes, as you can see, the African is inherently savage because of the dimples within his brain causing divots, making the average IQ significantly fucking low. Are we back in the fucking 1850s and Nux is like an English aristocrat talking about how mentally fucking retarded every African is? And the reason why they're savages is because of the fucking caliper measurements you decide to randomly do on the fucking skull. No, dude. Again, brain drain is a thing. The transatlantic slave trade, that's a fucking thing. Economic exploitation from within Africa, being done by all the Western European nations, that's a fucking thing. These are all things that have consistently been fucking happening throughout several fucking centuries. But does Nux understand any of this stuff? No.
Be called racist. They just don't have money. All right, but how do they get the money? Like how do we get money? How did that happen? We weren't born with infinite money.
And Nux, okay. Here's an example for you, Nux, okay? Some of the largest diamond mines on the planet reside within Africa. Here, let me get that real quick. Here. Some of the largest diamond mines are in Africa. I believe, in specifically Botswana. These mines right here are some of the largest on the planet. Same with Canada, by the way. We also have giant fucking diamond mines. Why do you think a lot of these countries do not see the benefits of these fucking goddamn... of the profits from these natural resources, from the diamond mines? Allow me to show you a company known as De Beers. De Beers is a British multinational diamond company that specializes in the trading, mining, and marketing of diamonds. The company is active in open pit, underground, large scale, alluvial, and coastal mining. It operates in 35 countries, with mining taking place in Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, and Canada. Yeah, by the way, yeah, Canada, a Western Christian based nation, quote unquote. Yeah, we're also getting fucking exploited by these British dipshits over here. Like, yeah, we don't see much of any benefit from our fucking diamond mines. Because of these British fuckwats taking our fucking diamond wealth from our fucking people. And do the Canadian people get any fucking say into that? No, of course not. Because, again, it's all about fucking colonial exploitation. Guess what? Nux, I know that this is a difficult... You used to be fucking Canadian, by the way. Or you are Canadian, I think. I'm pretty sure Nux is Canadian. You should know this. We used to be a fucking colony of the British. And then, obviously, we gained our independence from the British. You should know this stuff. And we're still getting exploited by British companies to this fucking goddamn day. I wonder why a lot of African countries are not able to see a lot of the main benefits and economic productivity from their fucking resources. Oh, it's because, again, they keep getting fucking exploited by all these differing Western corporations and countries. Nux.
I don't know, the northern hemisphere or whatever.
And if we just gave enough of it, we could solve that problem. By 2010, aid flows to Africa had reached over $50 billion a year, the highest level in history. Yet nearly 2 decades later, those efforts have fallen dramatically short. 400 million Africans still live on less than $2 a day, the highest number in history. And the continent's share of global trade remains below 3%. And many countries now are poorer than when they were in the
How did that
1950s. All of that raises
It's
a
obviously
pretty
not
obvious question. Why did aid manage to kickstart the
It's
European
called-
economy, but totally fail to do the same in
I love
Africa?
how simple money.
It's called corruption. Africa is a very corrupt country, and again, colonialism has made it such that these sort of vestiges of sort of like liberal governance and liberal sort of states were not able to be possible within Africa. Again, it's not about the country being underdeveloped, it's about the population being overly exploited.
The answer was and how completely correct it is.
Africa, like always, a range of
It's
ideas
not-
from the continent's
whatever.
geography to its colonial history.
Like, again, you have to be like mentally fucking retarded to think that your answers are fucking correct. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be quite honest. You have to be like a complete fucking dumbass to think that anything this like 3 IQ moron says is correct.
Geography and colonial history, bro? What does that even mean? We are too self to actually make money ourselves. No, you're not. What does that even mean?
It's pretty fucking important to bring up colonial history if you're talking about Africa, bro. Yeah, like, again, scramble for fucking Africa. I don't know, like, transatlantic fucking slave trade. These are all fucking things that were exploited by, European fucking nations. The slave trade fucking started, again, in the 15th century, Nux. That was about 600 years ago, bro. 600 years. That's how long the African nations have been getting, or Africa has been getting fucking exploited by Western colonial powers.
Colonial history? Bro, you were given trillions of dollars. All right, America gave Africa over $2.6 trillion. All right, colonial history? This is like saying, well, my grand...
Okay, now he's just lying about the numbers. No, it was given about $1.2 trillion. And again, because of liberals generally saying, like, well, you know, if we just provide, economic stability, therefore, it's going to all be okay, forehead. We all know why philanthropy and trading, again, is not going to be necessarily the main thing that fixes these problems. Liberal fucking delusions, of course. Thank you, liberals. That's not going to be the main solution to the fucking problem. Again, it is about addressing the corruption problems that have been caused by colonialism. Again, it all routes back to colonialism, Nux. It's almost as if it is very important to engage with colonialism if we're talking about Africa. If we're talking about the issues with over-exploitation of fucking resources and people, it turns out it is incredibly fucking important to talk about, colonialism because of what happened within Africa. But again, this fucking, does this fucking troglodyte understand any of that stuff? No, because again, he's just a dumbass.
grandfather was a slave, so therefore I'm not allowed to get a job. Like, oh my god, dude. I love how
Nobody fucking thinks like that, you troglodyte.
mentioning the idea that maybe the culture is inferior. Yeah, it's totally not the culture that's inferior.
But in the last few years,
Again, I don't know why we're trying to apply, like, American culture war talking points about African Americans onto Africa when the conditions are completely fucking different. Again, it's just because he's racist. Like, that's literally it.
school of thought has gained particular attention amongst development experts. Their idea is simple. It can all be explained by something economists refer to as institutions. These are the frameworks that govern societies, things like the rule of law, property rights, and democracy. And they might be the single most important factor when it comes to explaining why aid might be making things in Africa worse. When the Marshall Plan began in Western Europe,
I'm gonna tell you right now, random dude who's making this fucking video, this complete moron does not understand any of that stuff.
Europe had the infrastructure of functioning states. Ministries, legal systems, and public institutions, though damaged, had existed for decades. These institutions provided the framework needed to rebuild. They could
What inspires the rule of law in different nations?
Yes.
Like, obviously, the rule of law in Syria and the rule of law in America operate differently. What possibly could guide the rule of law in these different nations to be so fundamentally different? For example, in Syria, they marry 9-year-olds. In America, well, they don't do that legally. So, I mean, the reality is, it's just seems...
Child marriage remains a significant issue in the United States, primarily regulated at the state level with a patchwork of laws that often allow minors to marry with premarital or judicial consent. It's a problem in the United States of America. I guess America is a culturally undeveloped fucking shithole now, by your logic, Nux.
Seems like rule of law is not enough. You need a rule of laws to be based on fundamentals that are important. Like, some argue, rule of law that's based on biblical values, like, you know, America, a Christian nation, actually is just far better.
How many times do I fucking... Majority of African countries are Christian, Nux. As of 2023, there are an estimated 718 million Christians within Africa. This is just like forehead easy fucking Google stuff. But this fucking complete moron with over 2 million fucking subscribers, this slop tuber, this barely cogent fucking moron, just says this like stupid fuck shit about Africa as if he has like an authoritative voice in all of this. It's like, no, dude, you're just a fucking simpering moron and an idiot who's obsessed with fucking Hassan. Doesn't this dumbass have like 200 fucking videos on Hassan AB, the greatest terrorist ever since Yahya Sinwar?
The rule of law based on, let's say, radical Islamic values, like in Syria. Let's say, or just barbarian warlord tribal shit. You know, maybe it is actually the culture that causes the rule of law to be decided. It's not just the fact that rule of law, period, is enough.
Collect taxes, distribute resources, and enforce.
Again, like, the only thing you can say about this motherfucker constantly bringing up culture is the only reason why he's doing the 3IQ conservative talking point about, oh man, it's all because of the culture, guys. It's all culture, blah, 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 is just because he's racist. It's just fucking racism. Like, listen, it's called Occam's razor, motherfucker. It's really easy, actually.
Laws, all essential functions for a stable and functioning society. But in much of Africa, the picture was very different. Most African states had only recently gained independence, and governments were either newly formed or inherited from colonial administrations. But in both cases,
Very good point here by this dude making this video. Mm-hmm.
the institutions were generally designed for one purpose: to extract wealth.
Yes.
Go back to warlords. The colonialism leaves, they get their independence, and it immediately goes back to give all money to the chief. Isn't that amazing, bro? It literally just reverted back to the...
Because, again, it's made it such that, oh, the European countries have made it such that a lot of these countries are not able to benefit from their own resources because of how inherently corrupt it is. Again, European nations inherently stunted the development of a lot of African nations so they can continue exploiting them for their resources, Nux. That's exactly what the video said, by the way. But is this, like, simpering fucking retard, this moron, paying attention to any of that? No, because, again, he just prefers to be racist.
The cultural roots. And it's like, I can't figure it out. I can't possibly figure it out. Why giving infinite money to the warlord doesn't actually make the cultures better.
And almost entirely to serve the interests of the ruling elite. Indexes tracking the quality of government institutions have consistently found African countries near the bottom of the list. In 2025, African nations made nearly half of the bottom 30 countries on the Polity Democracy ranking. It's not hard to imagine why pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into these states goes wrong. Money that was meant to fund roads, schools, hospitals, electrification often goes straight to the hands of the ruling elites. Presidents who fly private jets to international conferences, or government ministers spotted wearing $60,000 Rolex watches during anti-poverty meetings. Estimates suggest that the continent loses around 30.
This is exactly like the Somalian scammers in America. They're all driving like Porsches. They're like on welfare.
Of course, this fucking moron is going to repeat the schizophrenic fucking lies made by that dumb fuck moron, Nick Shirley, whose brain barely fucking operates, to say, like, yeah, dudes, also, this is totally a thing that's happening amongst Somal. Again, why are we comparing apples to fucking oranges here, Nux? Why are we comparing issues that are happening in America to issues that are also happening in fucking Africa? Again, he's just saying this because he just fucking hates black people. Honestly, Occam's fucking razor, man. Occam's razor. It really is just that simple. He's just a dumb fucking racist.
Alright, they can't get a job, they're on welfare, government-funded housing, and they drive a Porsche. It's the same thing, dude. Arafat's wife had a Hermes bag, exactly.
$20 billion every year due to corruption, and 30% of all the aid money it receives. Over the past 50 years, this could amount to
It's
hundreds.
crazy how this keeps happening, bro. It keeps happening in like all these places, like the Hamas terrorists, right? The leaders of Hamas are all trillionaires, like billionaires. Well, we're all billionaires, we're all dead now. But they were all billionaires, you know?
What kind of fucking mentally retarded fucking point is... Yeah, Yahya Sinwar and all these... They're fucking billionaires. What are you talking about? What? Well, then again, Nux was a squatter in a Palestinian's fucking house, so it makes sense why he repeats very often every fucking Israeli propagandistic fucking talking point, because, again, he himself is also a fucking colonizer.
It's kind of weird how this keeps happening.
Billions of dollars being stolen. But the problem isn't just that this money is effectively being wasted. It also actively supports the very institutions that make development so hard.
That's right. It literally is funneling power to the warlords that'll maintain their powerful infrastructure against the people. Now,
damn, it's almost as if, again, just doing charity forehead and giving aid to forehead is not effective. And every sort of leftist has said, like, yeah, it's nice to do aid and do charity and shit like that, but that's not going to address a lot of these systemic fucking issues. Again, it is about critiquing systems of power, Nux. Something that you're not doing by doing, like, 3IQ racist screeds on the internet talking about, all the Africans are poor because they're just Africans and they're just meant to be destined to be poor. I'm Nuxtaku. I'm incredibly fucking astute, and I have, and I very much so when I'm talking. I know a lot about fucking politics. I'm not a complete fucking moron.
This society would have been allowed to run its course more naturally, the people would eventually overthrow the corrupt warlord. But now, it's not only a corrupt warlord, but it's a corrupt warlord that's also a billionaire.
Yeah, it's almost as if, again, Western nations do this in order to be able to extract resources for themselves, Nux. It's almost as if, again, this is what neo-colonialism is. Again, Nux, it's almost as if this is all colonialism, Nux. That's very scary, terrifying word that you're not willing to fucking engage with because you yourself are probably a fucking colonizer.
But you're racist if you talk about that.
In a normal democracy, governments are funded through taxes, and that creates a
I don't know, bro. The fact that you keep talking about their culture being the main problem, yes, that makes you a fucking racist. Because, again, the only reason why you are starting to bring up the corruption issues within Africa is because the video itself started talking about the corruption issues of Africa. You wouldn't know shit about that, even if it fucking smacked you in the face. Unless the video itself, which is bringing up the accurate point, talking about, oh, it's exploitation from the ruling classes and elite within African fucking societies that are causing a lot of these problems. You wouldn't, know shit about that if it fucking didn't smack you smack dab in the fucking face, bro. You wouldn't know about any of that stuff because, again, buddy, you're a fucking pedophile, dumbass fucking racist. That's literally it. Again, same dude who gets fucking a bunch of artwork from fucking Shadman. Had thumbnails made by fucking Shadman.
A relationship between the state and the people. When the people pay taxes, they expect services in return. And if the ruling class fails to provide this, then they run the risk of people demanding a new government. But in aid-dependent countries, this accountability mechanism is broken. Because governments receive their funding from foreign donors, it doesn't really matter what the people of the country
people are
think.
irrelevant.
And so corruption...
This is actually a very good point being made by the creator of the video. I don't know what the name of the creator of the video is. Of course, the fucking Nux doesn't say, but whatever. Does Nux even... Does Nux even fucking credit who it is? The Invisible Hand. I'm not sure who the Invisible Hand is. Good job, Nux. You did the bare minimum. More than I would expect from a conservative like yourself. By the Invisible Hand, this is a actually pretty decent point that the Invisible Hand is saying here. Talking about, yeah, it's about resource extraction and exploitation. That's literally the main problem. But again, Nux is, too fucking stupid to be able to engage with this very, very point. He just hears, certain buzzwords, and then his, brain goes off in, a, I don't know, schizophrenic fucking rant. He, I don't know, chimps out, for lack of a better term. Loses his fucking goddamn brain and talks about, oh, it's not colonialism, it's all because they're stupid. And, low IQ, like I am, or something. It's no, bro. The point of the video is, or the point that the video is making is directly contradicting the 3 IQ shit that you're fucking saying right now, buddy. You're making yourself look like a complete buffoon.
is able to persist with very little domestic resistance.
That's crazy.
This pretty much sums up the continent's political process for the past 50 years. Take Malawi, for example. At various points in the 2000s and early 2010s, foreign aid made up more than 40% of the national budget. A huge amounts of money was being stolen by government officials, paying for things like luxury cars, private homes, or even international shopping trips. You might expect a scandal to spark mass outrage, and after all, the government was siphoning off millions that were meant to serve the public. But that simply never happened, because there was basically no political fallout. As the government's funding came from foreign sources, people most affected by the mismanagement of public funds, the Malawian citizens, had very little power to demand systemic change. This isn't unique to Malawi. The same dynamic has been occurring across the continent for decades, and it in part explains why the country still has such high levels of corruption. Of course, some level of corruption exists in basically every country, especially during the early development stages. But even under these circumstances, a country can usually still achieve economic.
Yeah, by the way, Nux, because the point, good points are being raised here, specifically by the Invisible Hand. Nux can't fucking engage with that, fundamentally speaking, because he's too stupid to be able to engage with a point like that. Like, unironically. He is way too fucking stupid to be able to engage with accurate sort of points, talking about, like, yeah, the main problem is very much so with colonial exploitation that has been done by Western fucking powers. And since a lot of these nations within Africa have only recently become nations, it makes a lot of sense that they're going to have problems with development due to the fact that they have been so heavily exploited for the past about 600 years. But Nux is incapable of engaging with that very simple analysis because, again, he's just a fucking idiot.
Development. Small businesses, farmers, and entrepreneurs can drive progress from the ground up, creating jobs and expanding access to goods and services without relying heavily on the state. This is another one of the main problems with aid. It makes ground up work much, much harder. This aid makes this route of development far less likely. That's because more often than not, the things being provided by aid organisations are in direct competition with local businesses. Take the textiles industry.
I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that, dude, bro. Like, think about it, man.
You definitely didn't know about any of that shit, dude.
What could the people in Africa do? All right, they're not developing supercomputers for the most part. All right, so what can they do? I don't know. They can make bricks. All right, but what if we give them bricks? We are destroying the job market for bricks. Dude, diabolical.
By the early 2000s, nearly 80.
That's kind of the point, Nux. Yeah, that's kind of the point, Nux. Because again, they want to continue exploiting Africa for its mineral fucking wealth and resources, Nux. It's almost as if this was always the point of neocolonialism, Nux. Almost as if this was always intended. Nux. I don't know how many times this needs to be said, but this man is incredibly fucking stupid, dude.
80% of the clothing sold in some African nations came from abroad. At first, that might seem like a win-win. Clothes were cheap, and aid organisations feel good about reducing waste in Western countries. But the effect on local African industry was
Dude,
devastating.
empathy is literally not only destroying the West, but it's also destroying Africa too. Like this hyper-feminized movement in the West, like this feminism empathy push that makes everyone just have infinite empathy for everybody, it's not only destroying us, it's destroying them too. It's just cancer. It's actually just cancer.
In Ghana alone,
What the fuck does that even... Are you doing the Ally Beth Stuckey sort of talking point about suicidal empathy? Rather fucking ham-fisted attempted and probably done in the most fucking stupid possible way. Like, no, you fucking idiot. It's not because of liberal sort of empathy. No. The reason for as to why Africa is as exploited as it is. That's fucking stupid. You have to be an idiot to fucking think like this. Well, then again, we are talking about Nuxtaku here. He is very, very fucking stupid. That's not the main problem. Suicidal fucking empathy. That's probably something I need to fucking look into, by the way. This, like, the Ally Beth Stuckey dumbass fucking shit about liberals being suicidally empathetic. And that's the main reason for as to why the West is quote-unquote falling or some fucking idiotic shit. No, you idiot. The main problem, again, as the video accurately points out, is because of corruption and exploitative deals being made by the West, the precious West that you love to fucking sim for. Oh, crazy. By the way, it's not empathy, it's because aid organizations off the religious give our garbage clothes instead of money, which is more useful. That's a great point there, Alex. Oh, it turns out we tend to give a lot of our fucking leftovers and garbage to the Africans because it's like, whatever, they'll probably be okay. Who gives a fuck? They don't need any high quality stuff or money in order to be able to fucking properly develop. Stupid.
Over 80% of domestic textile factories shut down between 1990 and 2010, which meant thousands of jobs disappearing. And with them, so did the knowledge, machinery, and networks needed to sustain a homegrown industry. In fact, in the last 2 decades, Africa's industrial sector has shrunk from 15% of the continent's economy to now just 10%. This isn't a coincidence. Academic research has found that on average, foreign aid hurts industrialization in Africa. Even the World Bank, one of the biggest aid
Like, I'm
organizations.
not trying to be controversial here or anything, but it's almost like, you know, if the kid doesn't figure shit out themselves, they're gonna be incapable to do shit for life. Like,
The fuck does that even mean, man? Like, what does that mean? No. Again, it's called neocolonialism. Yeah, well, say hello to Nuxtaku, Alex. He's really fucking stupid. No, it's called colonialism, Nux. This is exactly how it fucking works. Neocolonialism, specifically. The point is, exploitation being done by richer, more powerful countries so they can get favorable deals for their business interests. It's almost as if this has basically been the story of Africa for the past 600 fucking years at this point, Nux. But does Nux understand any of this? No, he doesn't, because again, he's a fucking idiot. Like, he's just fucking stupid.
you are giving them the crutches and they'll never learn how to walk.
In the world, found that periods of increased aid tend to weaken local manufacturing. But it's not just domestic industries that suffer. The entire structure of the economy can be distorted in ways that make economic growth far less likely. To understand why, it helps to look at how countries actually grow rich. In the last few decades, almost every country that has achieved rapid development has done so through an export-led model. Nations like South Korea, Taiwan, and China have all seen huge amounts of economic growth in the past few decades.
Yeah, but
and they
that's
did this
export.
offering low-cost goods that appeal to Western consumers and then selling them on the international markets. Over time, this allowed them to industrialize, build up domestic industries, and eventually move up the value chain. But there is an essential part of the process that people tend to forget: maintaining a weak currency. Doing this makes the country's exports
Yes.
cheaper on the global market and boosting demand from foreign buyers.
Yeah.
Increased demand then helps local
By the way, this only works with the United States of America being the global reserve currency. If the United States is no longer the global reserve currency, guess who's about to start having a lot of problems with their export economies? Those Asian fucking nations.
Industries grow, creating jobs and bringing in valuable foreign income, further fueling development.
Nux definitely doesn't understand
The
any
money
of
flows
this
into the
stuff.
country. It needs to be converted into the local currency so that governments and aid organisations can actually spend it. But doing this pushes up the price of the currency on foreign exchange markets in response to the high demand. Having a more valuable currency may not sound like a bad thing, but it actually causes a serious problem. The more expensive currency means that for foreigners trying to buy a country's produce, everything suddenly becomes more expensive.
Obviously.
So people simply stop
Of
buying.
course, it's inflating the entire economy. Because everything is really supply and demand. So once you have so much more demand, then all the suppliers are going to want more of the demand. You know, like, they're doing their absolute best here. Like, everyone wants to sell for something that they can use to buy other things. So everything's just going to be driven up in price. If you send it infinite money here, it's just going to completely destroy the economy. Inflation's going to be insane, and there's nothing they can do about it. Because we're
What? No, you idiot. Like, what are you fucking talking about? That's not the main sort of problem here. I don't know how many times this needs to be said. The African nations have not been allowed to develop their own resources, so they can't participate within the global economy. Because again, Western companies want to directly exploit African natural resources for themselves. That's like what you're supposed to do. Oh, 1000%, Alex. Again, we've already talked about the political sort of aspect in this particular sort of way. Yeah, it also plays into politics. Again, it's all like jockeying for position, yada yada yada. Like, it's all fucking geopolitics, soft power, like I've mentioned earlier. But Nux doesn't understand any of that stuff because he's too stupid to understand any of this stuff because he's only gone into politics like relatively recently because he's an idiot. No, like, part of these sort of problems is that it's meant to develop Africa. It was never meant to develop Africa. The European nations always intended for Africa to be under-fucking developed. This has been always the point. Again, neo-fucking colonialism. The reason why all these countries send the amount of aid that they do for, again, African resources so their countries and their corporations can exploit their resources for themselves is simply just due to the fact that it's always been about the exploitation of African natural resources. They will always do the excuse of, we're giving all this aid to help, I don't know, the poor Africans be able to participate more within the economy. No. That's not the point of any of this shit. It's all for the express purpose of one thing and one thing only. Western corporations to be able to go into a highly exploitative market so they can more easily exploit natural resources and allow themselves to get very fucking rich. It's how it's worked with the World Bank. It's how it's worked with the IMF throughout South America, throughout Africa as well, for a very fucking long time. But again, we're talking about Nuxtaku here. He doesn't understand how any of this stuff works.
We're jumpstarting their inflation because of our empathy.
The produce. For developing economies,
No,
this
it's
is
not because of your No, it's not because of Western, like, liberal feminist empathy. You fucking retard. You idiot. You stupid fucking moron. It's because, again, there are economic forces at play that basically want to exploit Africa for its fucking resources and have been trying to exploit it for its resources for the past several hundred years. Again, stupid. He's just stupid. Just stupid. Just stupid. Like, what else are you supposed to say? Just fucking stupid.
Disaster. It means the export-led model that worked so successfully in East Asia becomes impossible to replicate.
Yeah, it only works in East Asia because in China everything's cheap. So we buy stuff shipped from China for fucking nothing. All right? If we put things there, then it's all gonna be so much more expensive and just raise the price of everything.
Today, exports account for about 20% of average GDP, less than half of the most successful East Asian economies like Hong Kong, South Korea, or Taiwan. Instead of developing competitive industries and shipping products around the world, aid-dependent countries end up relying on foreign assistance to survive, while their domestic economies remain uncompetitive and underdeveloped.
We are literally teaching. Dude, I'm like, these analogies are just gonna sound so racist every time.
It's not that they're going to sound so racist every time, Nux. It's just that you have no idea how any of this shit works because you're too stupid to understand how this fucking works. Yeah, trust me, I've been mentioning that consistently, Alex. China is also exploiting Africa as well. Listen, the Chinese, they're no fucking angels in this as well. They are also causing a lot of the exact same fucking problems as well. We know this. Everyone fucking knows this. Does Nux understand this? No, because he's too stupid to understand any of this stuff. It's not just the West. We've talked about the Russians doing it. We've talked about the Chinese doing it. We've talked about the Europeans doing this. It's just that now it's China's turn to now also exploit Africa as well. You know, everyone needs to get around it doing, again, colonialism too, fucking electric boogaloo. But does Nux understand any of this? No, because he's too fucking stupid to understand any of this stuff. Like, unironically. The main problems with Africa is the fact that for hundreds of years it has been exploited by various powers, and now it's being exploited by China and Russia as well, in order to have them benefit for their own economies instead. That's kind of the point of colonialism, Nux. All of this, again, always will point back specifically to colonialism, Nux. Almost as if it has been the main explainer for as to why Africa has been so poor for so fucking long. But does Nux understand any of this stuff or care to understand about any of this stuff? No, because again, he's a stupid fucking moron.
Hassan Piker's dog, Kaya, alright, who's shocked to stay in place constantly and fed all the food that Kaya would ever need, and you put Kaya into the wilderness, Kaya would not survive. Kaya would not be able to hunt for her own survival, alright? I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying.
What kind of, like, ham-fisted fucking analogy is this? Why the fuck are you... Oh, gotta mention Hassan because of all my schizophrenic, mentally ill fucking fans always clamoring for more Hassan content because I love... oh, please, I just need to keep making Hassan content instead of, I don't know, actually being able to engage with anything politically. Because if I actually try to engage with a decently substantive video, I'm going to look like one of the biggest fucking morons on the fucking planet. Quick, get the keys out for my dumb fuck audience. Hassan, Kaya, Shock Dog. I was losing the attention of my 12-year-olds in fucking chat without, I don't know, spamming W's and talking about Hassan, which I always do every 3 fucking seconds that I can. Like, bro, I don't know. Hop off that man's dick. Why do you talk about Hassan so much? It's kind of fucking gay, bro. Like, why are you, a man, talking about another man so much? Why do you have, like, hundreds of videos on another man? That's fucking weird, bro. Kind of gay.
We are not giving these people the capability to develop their own economies because their entire economy is reliant on us. And the moment we pull our money back, expect millions of deaths, instantly. Not even exaggerating.
Of course, that's not to say there's no good
Almost as if that's kind of been the point, Nux, of, the exploitation, colonial exploitation of Africa, Nux. Almost as if this has been by design over the course of several hundreds of years, Nux.
In theory, it has the potential to fill crucial gaps in development, things like building roads, schools, and power grids, all facilitating domestic economic expansion. But that brings us to the final and potentially most serious issue with foreign aid. It almost never effectively delivers. A 2012 report by the Center for Global Development.
Also important to note, it largely doesn't even get to the people. Like, when we saw the Elon Musk Doge thing showing up exactly what was going on with all the U.S. aid, right? A lot of it gets to Democrat-funded, organizations, then a lot of it just goes to the dictator, and then we get to have the fact that it doesn't even show up because of all the corrupt people in between.
Development found that up to 70% of aid.
Why the fuck are we bringing up the ketamine fucking addict who, again, with USAID, the only reason why they wanted to go after USAID, which is, by the way, the shutting down of USAID is effectively going to lead to millions of people starving and dying within Africa of easily preventable fucking diseases. But I digress. No, it's not because of USAID, you fucking moron. It's literally because of Western corporations using aid in order to fucking exploit the populations of fucking Africa. It's not because of Elon Musk and Doge finding shit in USAID, which, again, they've basically found nothing in order to suggest that USAID is being used to, prop up warlords within South Africa or whatever the fuck. It's just fucking stupid. Again, because Nuxtaku, just like any other really fucking unintelligent propagandist, has to ham-fist certain fucking talking points, because again, idiot. He can't engage with any of these topics substantively in reality, because again, idiot. He has to randomly ham-fist dumb fuck bullshit that he heard from Asmongold or something, and just has to blame Africa for it or some shit. It's just really fucking stupid, man. Yes, that is true, Alex. The reason why Fatah al-Sisi is in power is because of the amount of aid that the United States gives Fatah al-Sisi. With your example there with Egypt. And why does the U.S. send a lot of aid to the Egyptians specifically? in order to keep Fatah el-Sisi within power because they want control of the Suez Canal for themselves. That's why.
Aid projects either failed to meet their targets or had no measurable impact. In some sectors, the waste was staggering. An audit of health aid in Uganda found that nearly 1/3 of donated medical supplies never reached their intended recipients, lost to theft, mismanagement, or simple logistical failure. In Haiti, after the 2010 earthquake, billions in aid flowed in, yet less than 10% of it reached local institutions.
Whoa!
Most was routed through foreign contractors,
What a
NGOs,
nightmare.
or overhead costs. And more than a decade later,
Oh, it's almost because it's all corrupt Nux, and there's a lot of corruption within Haiti specifically. That's why Nux. Haiti's really corrupt because again, colonialism.
communities still lack basic sanitation or permanent housing.
Oh my
To understand
God.
why, it's helpful to look at the systems that function effectively.
To understand why, it's helpful to know that the liberal governments have been doing their best to manipulate people into being empathetic so that they can give all
Yeah, because monarchical France was a liberal fucking government when they left Haiti, dude. Okay, whatever. He has, like, again, because since Nuxtaku is fucking stupid, he has certain fucking talking points that he's heard from either his, like, subreddit or maybe from, like, specifically, like, not Hassan, from, like, Asmongold or whatever, like, 3IQ conservative dipshit that he listens to. He has, like, all these, like, talking points in his head, so he has to, like, try to ham-fist it in some way to make it make sense for his 3IQ fucking audience. Stupid. Yeah, 1000%, there, Alex. Yeah, a lot of it was stolen by, was it the, it was the Clinton Foundation, if I recall correctly, who basically made it such that a lot of aid that was given to Haiti never saw, was basically never seen by any Haitians.
their money away, and then they just take it on the way, and no one will ever know that it all disappears. Sounds like a good plan.
Good business operating in a competitive market. If it provides a bad product, consumers will simply switch to its competitors, and the firm's revenues drop. And if it doesn't make changes, it may even end up going bankrupt. The point is that people who are providing the product are accountable to the people who end up actually using it.
Look, man, I'm just saying, the Romans, like, almost 2,000 years ago, had running water. Like I'm just saying, I'm just saying it's not just, like, economics here. Like, economics are a part of it, bro, but they don't have toilets, alright? Like,
What do you say to this? Bro, they don't have toilets. Yeah, because it's significantly underdeveloped. Nux, let me help you. Russia. A lot of parts of Russia do not have running water. They do not have electricity. Lots of parts of Russia, but Russia is seen as a European sort of country. What happened? It must be because of, Russia being incredibly fucking corrupt. Just like a lot of African nations, because they've not been allowed to properly sort of develop their resources. That's what happens with, specifically with African nations. With the Russians, for example, a lot of it is because of the consequences of shock doctrine on the Russian economy from the 90s, but also because Russia is an incredibly fucking corrupt country. Like, very, very fucking corrupt. It turns out a bunch of oligarchs and people in power significantly contribute to, the worsening material conditions of people across the world. But does Nux understand any of that? No.
I remember when Mr. Beast built them wells and shit, and, like, the wells just stopped working.
By the way, I don't know, like, why yeah, because Mr. Beast only did that as a fucking stunt, you stupid fucking troglodyte. That was never meant to help Africans. That was always meant for Mr. Beast to just make a, I don't know, hecking cool epic video, bro. Stupid. Stupid. It's just stupid. He's just stupid.
Bro, what the fuck does that mean the wells stopped working? Like, I'm just trying to, you know.
Yeah, their upkeep was not fucking maintained. The maintenance of the wells were not maintained, Nux. That's exactly what that means. They were not being maintained properly anymore.
Economically, like, this is a big discussion, obviously, and there's a lot of, like, he's right, but, like, it's not just economics, you know? Like, there's something else.
But foreign aid doesn't
Yeah, it's called colonialism, which the Invisible Hand properly mentions.
work that way. If a project fails, the recipients can withhold their taxes or vote for someone else. Because funding comes from foreign governments or donors, there's no mechanism for rewarding success or punishing failure. The result is an enormous lack of incentives to actually do things
Why
well.
would the NGO give $1 billion to Africa when they could just keep $1 billion and never get punished for it? Completely true. Literally no lies detected.
And the story of foreign aid in Africa is not simply one of failure, but of misplaced assumptions. What began as an effort to lift nations out of poverty has
We're turning all of Africa into, like, the people from Wally with iPads. You know? Like, it's so sad, bro. Like, I wish nothing but luck and success for these guys.
No, the fuck you don't.
Institutions.
If you wish nothing but luck and success for them, Nux, then why the fuck would you constantly bring up the 3 IQ African talking points that every conservative uses to talk shit about as to why African Americans are, I don't know, not able to properly integrate within America? Stupid.
And stifled local industries. That doesn't mean that aid has no role to play. In moments of crisis, like famine, conflict, or natural disasters, it can provide vital short-term relief. But as a long-term development strategy, the evidence is hard to ignore. Aid has not delivered the transformation it's promised.
I love how this dude refuses to acknowledge the fact that aid did transform Europe, though. Aid transformed Europe. Pumping in billions of dollars helped Europe, but
Again, I don't know how many times this needs to be said. It is ultimately the Marshall Project did not really provide the sort of developmental structures needed in order to help jumpstart the European economies. Because again, like I have been consistently saying, Europe already had a pretty solid basis of an economy that already existed, whereas a lot of African nations did not. So they were able to bounce back relatively well. They just got a nice little kickstart by the Americans through the Marshall Plan. That's why they were able to basically reintegrate within the global economy. Nux, that's how it works, Nux. Almost as if it was always intended for, African nations to be made poorer, so then they could be exploited by by neo-colonialism, by companies who want to make money off of African natural resources. Does Nux understand any of that? No, because Nux is a fucking idiot.
it didn't help them. Well, what's the difference? You're glossing over a point here. No, that was a really good video. I like how he highlighted the economic parts of it and refused to mention the other parts of it that I think are like actually incredibly important and relevant. AIDS transformed Africa. Shut the fuck up, Chad. Anyway, thanks so much for reading. I hope you enjoyed. This was an economic breakdown of why giving money to Africa.
I'm gonna shoot myself in the head. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot myself in the head. Obviously, Nux is mentally fucking ill, very stupid. He barely understands any of the basics of politics, but he's just gonna say random fucking bullshit on the internet and garner a bunch of fucking viewers for why exactly? Because he appeals to the lowest common denominator of the political enjoyers, I guess, quote unquote, and that is conservatives. Because again, Nux is a fucking grifting fucking dipshit. I don't know. Nux, stick to making like 500 more videos about Hassan or something, pretending to not be obsessed with the Turkish fucking himbo and his fucking like prize dog or some shit. Like what else are you supposed to say to this? He's just an idiot. Like he's just stupid. Just someone who fundamentally I think is flawed as a human being. You cannot engage with someone like this at the same level, because if you try to do that, just make him like stupid. Yes, it's not, again, aid does help in the short term. If we want to have actual sort of long-term assistance and help Africa be able to actually develop, stop exploiting them, their resources, and their people in order to make fucking money. That's not going to fucking happen because, again, capitalism, that's the current sort of economic sort of model that we exist under. Because again, as has been said before, by fucking Parenti, it's not that Africa is underdeveloped, they are overexploited. But does Nux care about any of that stuff? No, because he'd rather make like his dumb fuck 3 IQ slop video for all of his like stupid, very low IQ fans, because he himself is also incredibly fucking stupid. I don't think there's really much else to say besides Nux, you could have done like 30-second Google searches into most of this stuff and not have made yourself look like a complete fucking idiot, which, guess what? That's exactly what I fucking did. God, Nux is such a fucking idiot. Oh, man. He is really fucking stupid, by the way. Man, why is Africa underdeveloped? Clearly it's because of Europeans being, I don't know, having better fucking culture or something. It's just like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. You sound stupid. like, unironically, adopting talking points used by far righters within America to talk about, oh, fucking black people, and making that same comparison to, oh, people in Africa. It's just like, that's not how that fucking works. Oh, man. Okay. Still trying to figure out what exactly is the best way to proceed with this, this science pack that we're working on is a bit of a weird one. You need to make these special shards. You have to make all these special shards in order to make these volatile science packs, which have a chance at turning into the vials of science that you need to make actual fucking science. And you have to import in all of the raw materials to make the shards that you need to make. It's a fucking shit show. It's very weird. I'll tell one of my ships to be like, hey, go give me the stuff I need. Oh, we're gonna have so much fun making fun of Nick Shirley. God, the fact that I'm mostly gonna be like pulling from Richard Hania clips for this is hilarious. Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires? Asked, of course, by Andrew Callahan, who's interviewing Nick Shirley. What do you mean by the word benevolent? It's like, oh my god, he's just retarded. He's just mentally fucking ill. He's just stupid. We'll get to that. Yeah, the right's favorite journalist, Nick fucking Shirley, and he doesn't understand what the term benevolent means. Very stupid, fucking retarded, just dumb, stupid. Unironically, all you have to do is call this dude slurs. How long is... I'm assuming the Andrew Callahan video is probably about, like an hour. His interviews tend to be about an hour. Alright, we're not going to look at the whole thing, because I'd rather shoot myself in the brain instead of listening to... And would rather not want to listen to someone like Nick Shirley. Yeah, it's about an hour. The right's favorite fucking journalist, by the way. And he's like way too mentally fucking ill to be able to, I don't know, even pronounce simple fucking words. Now, listen. I'll mispronounce certain words. But that's because I think I have a bit of a speech. I think I'm a little dyslexic. Just a little dyslexic. I think we're just gonna go over a bunch of clips, just making fun of Nick Shirley and just calling him fucking retarded.
I think that sounds fun. Because he is just genuinely, like, really fucking slow. But anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab water, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Blah, blah, blah. Do all that good shit. I'll be right back.
We're so back. Yes. You are correct, Alex. Yes. Medical aid does help, but not for the development of Africa. All that development aid to help develop Africa is bullshit. It's an excuse, again, neocolonialism. Through aid. Express purpose is to exploit African natural resources by paying off officials, getting favorable deals for American businesses, Western businesses, or in this case, or in some other cases, Wagner, and also China, the Chinese state. You know, like I said, as I was saying earlier, before you decided to show up, China essentially cut out the middleman. They're just like, why have the organizations when we could just do it ourselves, right? We can just do the exploitation of Africa ourselves, right? Tectone video.
I almost died. Also, I thought Tectone was supposed to stream this month. What happened? Wonder why Tectone's not streaming, guys. He's lying. Would have thought. I can only imagine what elucidating message might come from an individual with the name of Cart Groiper. I can only imagine. I can only conjure images in my mind. Don't disrespect. Anyone who has the name Groiper unironically in their name, I will automatically disrespect. Because you are leaving a lot more on the table than I am. Misinformation. Oh. Now, what kind of misinformation could I have possibly fallen for from as by the sort of judgings of the great Cart Groiper? Ah. Right, I'm certain that Groipers stand for the love of all people in Jesus Christ. I'm very, very sure that's the case. Very, very certain. You know, you only follow a guy who did conspiracism about the Holocaust and Holocaust revisionism, saying lines like, "How could Hitler have baked 6 million cookies that quickly? How could that have happened? But it just seems kind of crazy for them to do it that quickly." Yeah, dude, I'm totally going to believe that. Also, the same dude who says, like, "Oh yeah, the regime change that happened in Venezuela," despite the fact that he positions himself as a conservative, as a populist, quote unquote. The regime change in Venezuela? Wholeheartedly justified. Yeah, I don't think Rathbone's a fucking leftist, by the way. That dude's not a fucking lefty. That dude's a fucking, I also think is a far-right freak. A Nazbol. He's also a pedophile. I'm not a big fan, particularly, of someone like a Rathbone who simps for fucking Stalin, who I do not think is a communist. But then again, it's because I actually think about stuff like this and have read a lot of stuff about this and engaged with a lot of these ideologies and talk to people about this. When he was a music teacher, he had a very, very sussy-looking relationship with a 15-year-old student of his. Now, me calling him a pedophile, of course, I'm engaging in a little bit of hyperbolic language. You caught me. However, the stuff with this 15-year-old student and the sussy relationships there, that's a fact. But yeah, not a particularly big fan of Rathbone. Bro is not on the left. The fuck are you, like, what kind of, like, Petersonian fucking bullshit is this? Like, what are we talking about, like, the Chinese cock milking machines or some shit? Like, what are you talking about? What kind of, like, weird Drukari Slaneshi bullshit is this? That's what Jews claimed happened. Oh, I'm sure Jews have definitely claimed that people are being turned into soap and lampshades. Yeah, I really do believe that from an individual named Kart Groiper. Yeah. Getting attacked by Flamination right now. Supplements today. Oh well. Who cares? Ask the Nazis that. Oh, they're all dead. Nazis, you know, known for not being exactly the most intelligent people on the fucking planet. Maybe some of the Zyklon B leaked out and killed a bunch of SS officers. Hallelujah. Your hatred is showing? Yeah, I would say that I think having a hatred for someone who's doing Holocaust revisionism in my chat right now, I think is correct. So, yeah. Don't give me any of this paradox of intolerance fucking bullshit. Why should I tolerate your fucking intolerance? I could give less of a flying fuck about that. You're probably an incel. You're probably a shut-in fucking loser. Go outside and try to become a normal person and get some fucking bitches on your dick, okay? Could give less of a flying fuck. Stop listening to a fucking metrosexual like Nick Fuentes. Yes, I definitely support Israel. Oh yeah, totally, bro. What are you talking about? Just because I'm calling you a fucking, like, stupid, dumb fucking incel? More than likely. You think I support Israel? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, and you're a fucking anti-Semite 3 IQ moron. I'm uninterested now. Yes, I'm a Zionist because I called you an incel. Okay, bro. Fuck out of here. Groypers are so fucking boring. I can't believe that you support Israel because you said it was good for Nazis to get killed by their own Zyklon B. How dare you say that, streamer? Why would you say that, streamer? I don't know. I don't like Nazis. Nazis are kind of bad. Groypers are Nazis. Bye-bye. Darn, Boy Meets Mini missed the fucking Groyper. How unfortunate. Trying to think, what else do I want to bring up about Nick Shirley so I can make fun of him about? Ooh, flea market. Boom. I just gotta find a couple other fucking things. I just want to find his fucking fraud stuff about his parents. Where is that? I think it was an Intercept article. I believe it was this one. Here we go. Let's talk about David Hogg. There's a... God, what the hell is the name of his dumbass parents? Shirley goes to defend his dumbass son, even though we know that she's also a fraudster, more than likely is a fraudster. There's a current case against her. is. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Settled out by and defrauded a fucking company for over $500,000. Settled that with only 20K. Nice fucking meme. Nice pocketing. About 480K for Nick Shirley's parents. Every fucking time with these people. Fraudsters, charlatans, liars. Every fucking time with these people, man. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate conservatives? Well, bears mentioning again. I got everything I wanted just to make fun of that asshole. I also want to talk about woke making a comeback. Maybe. Donald Trump. Jerome Powell. Lovely. Oh, man, dude. I'll talk about the dark woke stuff, I think, tomorrow, then. It's nothing crazy. But woke is making a comeback. Dark woke is here. Dark woke is here. Republicans can't do shit about it. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. Let's make fun of this stupid fucking moron again. Always very, very important to make fun of Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, the quote-unquote intrepid reporter, the same favored current journalist of the right wing right now, because of the fact that he's stupid like them. That's pretty much what the video is going to be about. Ladies, gentlemen, and those in between, Nick Shirley is a fucking idiot. Incredibly fucking stupid individual. Wholeheartedly just, like, incapable of having, like, a conversation with someone like this. And I've talked about this before, but he is genuinely 3 IQ. There was an instance of him while he was filming a video paying a bunch of Hispanic day laborers to stand in front of the White House holding pro-Biden signs to make a claim about, well, migration being purely the fault of the Biden administration. Now, again, we all know why. A bunch of Hispanic migrants were coming up, specifically Venezuelans, were coming up through the United States of America. Failed coup attempt of 2019 by Donald Trump. Nick Shirley care about that? No, because he's a paid propagandist. We know he has connections to the White House specifically. So he's paid to make really dumb fuck low IQ propaganda by the administration in order to appeal to all of their incredibly dumb fuck low IQ moronic constituents. Again, very stupid. And he had an interview with Andrew Callahan of Channel 5 News. And it's about an hour long. I don't want to go through the whole thing because, again, the thing with someone like Nick Shirley, he is so stupid, barely does any research, barely looks into any of the sort of claims that he makes about the sort of things that he's found out through his quote-unquote investigations into fraud, that it would take so long to debunk and shit on all the misinformation that it's just like you could spend any amount of time doing anything better instead. It is just better to just make fun of this asshole and keep calling him a fucking moron. He doesn't even know how to pronounce the word benevolent. Belovit? Nick Shirley, this is, by the way, the dude who wasn't just only graduated fucking high school.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive.
Doesn't he, like... You're a journalist, man, and you don't know what the word benevolent means? Benevolent is essentially someone who is well-intentioned. Someone who is acting in an altruistic sense. Acting selfishly. But conservatives don't understand what benevolence is, simply due to the fact that being benevolent means you actually have to care about people and care about stuff. And of course, conservatives hate people.
Billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump? Our president? I think he...
Who do you think?
Of course you'd say Trump, because he's a propagandist paid by the United States of America. It makes a lot of sense that he'd probably say Trump, because again, he has a certain audience that he has to appeal to. The only reason why a Nick Shirley is allowed to exist is because of Trump. So of course he's going to say something incredibly fucking stupid. Doesn't even understand even know what benevolent means. And JD Vance is saying that this guy should have a fucking Pulitzer, by the way. Here's him saying, us operating under the assumption that because Andrew Callahan is on the left nominally, therefore he was okay with the murder of Charlie Kirk. By the way, if you think it's incredibly stupid, it is incredibly stupid, and this is how the right, generally speaking, thinks. They just are wholeheartedly incapable of thinking laterally. They can't do any form of fucking critical thinking. It's anathema to their sort of being. They can't fucking do it because, again, they're just stupid idiots who only think linearly.
Asking how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think of Somalia
And the fact is, what are Somalians
Captain
known
Phillips.
for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in
It's not
Minnesota?
the same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So
That's not piracy, you fucking idiot. Piracy has a very specific definition. That's not piracy. Piracy is when you go and rob ships out in the fucking high sea. What it would be in this particular instance would be fraud. That's not piracy. Or piracy, of course, in the sense that you are essentially using like peer-to-peer networks as well in order to steal content that you did not pay for. That's what piracy is. Fraud is essentially offering a service and in reality not delivering on the promises of said surface. That is the difference between piracy and fraud. Nick, again, favorite fucking journalist of the right here.
But how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even
when
if
you
I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well.
I'll be quite honest, if you're fucking stupid, you should not say your fucking opinions. I'll be quite honest. And people should think lesser of you. Everyone should think lesser of someone like Nick Shirley because he is barely capable of forming coherent sentences. Because I would assume he probably barely passed high school.
That was pretty messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. But I thought...
No. Charlie Kirk is a paid propagandist by billionaires in order to essentially help facilitate conservative attempts at taking over college campuses. That is the purpose of Charlie Kirk. He has always been a propagandist. He's not just making YouTube videos. He has connections to connections to the fucking White House to push out pro-Trump propaganda onto college campuses to essentially try to subvert them and make them fucking conservative. It was a miserable failure, by the way.
That was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
There is nothing that you can say, Andrew. Because it doesn't matter if you say that, yeah, overall, Charlie Kirk getting assassinated, it's a bad thing. Because these people don't care. And these people are incredibly fucking hypocritical. No condemnation of Vance Bolter when he killed Melissa Hortman and her husband. No condemnation of the Unite the Right, I guess it was protester who ran over Heather Heyer. So, that no condemnation from the right there. In fact, Donald Trump said there were bad people on both sides. Anytime the right does anything violent, no condemnation from the right. Anything that they can perceive and lie about as a left-winger doing violence, why are you condemning this thing? Why are you condemning the... We don't even know if Tyler Robinson did it. The FBI has not released any of that information. We have no fucking idea. Because again, the right just filled up the air with so much of their conspiratorial, schizophrenic bullshit, and then yelling about, why aren't you condemning the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Bah, 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 bah. Filled the air with their stupid fucking bluster that it became impossible to investigate any of these fucking claims and really get any assertion on any of that. Because again, this is the exact world that conservatives have wanted to build. A might makes right world, and all about who's the bigger dog, who gets to eat the bigger dog. This is exactly what conservatives have always wanted.
You never shared anything.
I interviewed the guy who was debating him while it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
Oh my fucking god. I didn't want to watch the interview of you talking with the guy who was debating Charlie Kirk. Well, you said the assassination was bad. Then why the fuck are you talking about this? Stupid. He's just stupid. He's just dumb. He's fucking stupid. He's just an incredibly, incredibly fucking idiotic individual. Right's favorite journalist, ladies and gentlemen, and those in between.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video.
Bro, Andrew literally interviewed the guy who was debating Charlie Kirk, who firsthand witnessed. Like, what is he supposed to go up to heaven and interview Charlie Kirk's spirit in fucking, well, not in heaven, but in fucking hell or something? Like, what is Andrew Callahan supposed to do in that particular instance? Again, highest fucking standards possible for any like liberal, left-leaning person, social democrat, but the standards can be on the absolute bottom fucking abyss, on the complete fucking floor for these stupid fucking morons.
Because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see...
Incredibly fucking idiotic. Here we go. More instances of fucking Nick Shirley being a fucking moron. Apparently, Nick Shirley is confused why healthcare providers would be in the same building. He says they should go to different places to get away from the competition. Nick, there are specialists, because we have these exact same buildings in Canada as well. As Richard Hania is saying here, as much as I do not like Richard Hania, it's a medical plaza. There will be certain specialists operating within within medical plazas. Pharmacists, cardiologists, differing family doctors. I'm trying to think, like, I was going to say, like, epistemologists. That's not it. Epistemology is like that's the thing with philosophy. Endocrinologists, gynecologists. There's a lot of specialized doctors, you fucking moron, and they all operate in the same building. It's called a medical plaza. Specialized doctors to take care of certain parts of people's bodies. Because since we're operating with someone like Nick Shirley, who is really fucking stupid, he is incredibly fucking dumb. There are differing specialist doctors that look at your feet, that look at your heart, that look at different parts of the body, because parts of the body work in very different ways. And not every doctor is just a forehead fucking doctor, but he probably unironically believes that because, again, he's just an idiot.
Same type of business providing the same service in the same building. Another, convenience, home healthcare, aid, Inc., and child-friendly space. All these companies get money from the government. Why would you have...
It just says, like, they all get money from the government. You don't... Do they? Do they get money from the government? Do you have any of the evidence to suggest that? Do you have any of the papers? Do you have anything to suggest? A lot of specialized fucking doctors get subsidized by the... by the government because there's a recognition that these guys are necessary to keep the lights on and to exist and have business, because they examine specific parts of the body, and these specialists are necessary for maintenance of fucking public health. But this fucking idiot is so stupid. He's just like, they get money from government, so therefore they have to be automatically bad. That's bad. Money, government, bad, 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 bad. And then the lizard brain sort of engages, and then nothing else sort of enters. Again, JD Vance said this guy's worthy of a fucking Pulitzer.
The same company, essentially, inside of the same building, door to door. Right here, Queenly Home Healthcare. It just doesn't...
A different company, Queenie Home Healthcare. Like, literally, you just debunked your own fucking point, you idiot. These are differing fucking institutions that are meant to take care of specialized sort of needs. The needs of children are different from the needs of adults. The needs of the elderly are differing from children and adults. Their needs. Everyone's fucking needs differs depending on what position in life you're at. Depending on what part of the body is affected. Depending on the fucking disease. There are differing sort of specialists that you have to go and see in differing fucking buildings. And very often they're collected in one place called a medical plaza, because they don't need an entire fucking building. Why not just put them all in one fucking place instead? Idiot.
Not make sense. If you were trying to operate a business, you'd want to have less competition. But here, they have all of their competition right now.
Here's the thing. There's David Hawk. These are not meant to make money, you idiot. They are meant to exist to take care of people. That is the point of having specialized medical professionals. They're not there to make money. They are meant to take care of you. Broadly speaking, these sort of main consequence of the complete 3 IQ, completely fucking troglodytic, privatized, laissez-faire capitalistic system that exists within the United States of America. Stupid. Here's another instance of Nick Shirley. Inside this grocery store in Minnesota, you'll find multiple stores crammed into one where different shops operate. It's called a market, you idiot. A flea market. It's what it is. You can have a bunch of differing stores, but because this is the exact same shit they have in Europe, all across Asia. It's called a market. Differing services that allow people to be able to walk in that fucking area in order for them to be able to, get a bunch of differing goods and fucking services in a very convenient fucking location. Idiot.
This grocery store, it's actually not just like a normal grocery store. There's actually a bunch of other stores inside of the grocery store. So right here you have one store, right here you have another store, and then right here you have another store, then up here you have another store. In total, inside of this section of the grocery store, there are 6 separate stores.
How exactly, what is this supposed to prove exactly? That's the immediate question. What are you trying to prove here? Oh, you've put in a bunch of differing goods and services into one location in order to help concentrate business and offer multiple services in your fucking grocery store? That just sounds like a smart business decision. Oh, crazy.
How's life here as a Somalian?
Life is good. I do phone bills, sending money to Africa.
What the fuck are all these fucking jump cuts, dude? Yeah, he sends money back to his family that probably lives in Somalia, so they can live, idiot.
That's where I do. The business is good.
Yeah, dude probably does, phone repair. Nice fucking jump cuts, dumbass. I would have liked to have hear what he was saying, but you just did a bunch of jump cuts. Okay, bro.
And how have you seen the rise of Somalians and the rise of Islam here inside of Minnesota?
As well, the rice
Another cut, by the way.
is good and been allowed. We have a place.
Dude. How is this guy the right's favorite fucking journalist? Not even, being subtle with the cuts. Not even being subtle whatsoever. Bro, what do you mean? How is the rise of Islam in Minnesota? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
To pray, and life is good.
How long have you lived here in America for?
For 10 years now.
And when you came here, did the government bring you here, or did you come here by your own choice?
I came here by my own choice. I was one of.
Whoops. Also, this guy's from fucking Uganda. He's so fucking stupid and fucking racist and 3 IQ and can't present anything this dude is saying in a good faith manner that it should be fairly obvious what this has always been about. It's always been about fucking propaganda for this dumbass. Again, he has connections to the White House. He's a paid op. He's a propagandist through and through.
Of the refugees from Uganda. I was brought by UN.
You were brought by the UN to come into the United States?
Yes. And life is good,
I would have liked to hear what he was going to say after the word yes.
We try to enter into businesses. We intermingle. And we do what is required.
I guess Nick Shirley doesn't understand what a fucking flea market is. Again, as being said here, Nick Shirley is really onto something here. Immigrants running a co-op flea market and earning a living. Extremely American. It's because he's just a fucking stupid racist. Here. I think he's with a conservative podcaster saying they came after me, they came after my family. How did they come after you? Be specific. They tried to debunk my whole story. Yeah, because you just lied. Of course everyone's trying to debunk your fucking story. First off, free speech, motherfucker, doesn't mean freedom of consequence. But conservatives want to have freedom of consequence because, again, they just want to say they're, mentally ill fucking bullshit and just have no fucking problems, no consequences whatsoever for any of their fucking actions. Just be like, I just want to say all of my 3 IQ bullshit and just get away with it, no problem. It's that's how that works. Whatever happened to personal responsibility, conservatives? I thought you guys cared about that notion so much. I guess not. Also, they're coming after your family because of the fact that Brooke and her husband, Paul, Nick Shirley's parents, were sued in federal court for allegedly defrauding a company out of over $500,000. In 2021, they paid $20,000 to settle the case. Your parents are a bunch of fraudsters like your dumbass is. Every single time these conservative, complete dumb fucks, these idiots, these charlatans, these fucking freaks, they are all paid fucking propagandists, all grifters. They don't fucking believe in anything whatsoever. And as we can have been clearly showing with someone like Nick Shirley, someone who probably barely graduated fucking high school, they are incredibly fucking stupid. All of this is so inherently easy to just fucking disprove. Incredibly easy to fucking inherently disprove. But the problem is that there is so much of it, and they throw so much of it at the wall, that eventually, in the mind of like these dumb fucking idiot conservatives, it's going to stick in their brain like a little worm. And that's the main problem with it. Since it is well-produced, effective propaganda, and it is sort of targeting the parts of the brains of conservatives that they are already sort of predisposed to hating, fucking immigrants and minority people, it makes it such that it is very difficult to inherently go after the lizard part of these people's brains, because unfortunately these people are in a fucking cult. Donald Trump, as the I've Had It girls have said themselves, and I wholeheartedly agree with their assessment on this, Donald Trump is something that is very familiar to them, because like, well, them, they all went to these mega churches, all these like church pastors with these the Protestant evangelicals who all get basically abused and grifted to, and they get their whatever wealth they have stolen from them from these incredibly rich elitist assholes who just exploit a vulnerable fucking community of people. For what purpose exactly? So they can fucking enrich themselves. And I have no doubt, I believe that Nick Shirley is a evangelical, like a Mormon, and an evangelical Christian nationalist himself, also was probably fucking exploited in that sense as well, and made to be extremely fucking stupid. By the way, this is exactly what the right wing wants to do by targeting education. They want to make you stupid like Nick Shirley, because it makes them easy. It makes, you much easier to control and to exploit. But yeah, what else is there to really say here besides, wow, this is the right's favorite journalist is a complete fucking moron. Incredibly fucking stupid. There are countless clips that we could go through constantly talking about how much of a fucking idiot this guy is. And man, oh man, this guy is a treasure trove of just sheer lunacy and complete fucking idiocy. Because again, it's a cult. The stuff that these people believe in and the political movement that they are in is inherently cult-like. That's the main issue. And I think it was Hassan himself who said this, and I agree with what Hassan said. The only way forward is there has to be some form of cult deprogramming through some form of economic emancipation. New Deal to Electric Boogaloo, because it makes it way easier for these people to fall for this incredibly idiotic grifting and lying and propaganda if they are not able to participate within society and feel like something is off. Then you have like paid propagandists like this dumb fuck who probably barely finished high school, who definitely barely finished high school, able to gain a lot of prominence in this sort of area by just basically being one of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet and just saying a bunch of bullshit and just lying about it. Like, what else are you supposed to say to this dude? Or say about this dude, generally speaking, besides, holy shit, Nick Shirley is a fucking idiot. And the right wants people to inherently be more fucking stupid, so then it is easier for the propagandists and the people at the top of the hierarchy that they pretend to love so much to continue to exploit all these people for their hard-earned fucking dollars. Don't think there's really much else to say besides Nick Shirley is a fucking moron. man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Well, if it isn't this fucking cringe-ass fucking racist Boy Meets Mini. Showing up, eh? Oh, we banned the Groiper forever ago. Bro was doing Holocaust revisionism, talking about, like, how could all the Jews be gassed when everything was covered by wooden doors? It's like, the fuck does that... First off, what does that even mean? What kind of, like, schizophrenic nonsense is this? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know, like, mental retardation from someone named Cart Groiper. But I wouldn't expect anything less from this complete fucking moron. It's like, I don't know, dude. Maybe it's good for the doors to be wooden so some of the Zyklon B can leak out and kill some fucking Nazis. Sounds fucking good to me, dude. That's how I elected to respond. Hallelujah. Some Nazis dying from their own Zyklon. Let's fucking go, dude. Dude, Connor eats pants. I'm like convinced at this point that man Connor probably has notifications for whenever JD Vance tweets anything and just immediately just shits up. He's whew. Like, what did JD even say this time? Just spoke with a guy who owns a small business, complaining about the fact that he pays his employees $18 to $20 an hour minimum, but the people who hire illegal aliens pay them $6.50 an hour and hurt his business. The fuck are you talking about? Immediately. But okay. Many of the people threatening law enforcement and interfering with deportations are just mad that the system is coming to an end. Connor's response, and I think it's pretty much perfect. What's his name? Who did you speak to, JD? I want to talk to him on my Fortnite Friday show. Kill yourself. Just kidding. Jesus Christ. Bro said to KYS. Bro about to get the fucking Secret Service on him. FBI about to investigate Connor eats pants tweets. It's unironic. It's the best response. It's just
your life is nothing.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
serve zero purpose.
Thank you, Lord your God.
You should kill yourself now.
Now. Kill yourself now. Thank you, Lord your God. Very fucking cool. Yeah, dude. I mean, if this was a thing that totally happened, yeah, JD Vance definitely speaks to normal fucking people. Again, who did you speak to? Where did you speak to? What's the name of the guy? Do you have any idea who this individual is? What kind of business do they run? What do they do as for a living? What do they sell? A lot of fucking important questions that need to be answered here. But is JD Vance going to provide any context for that? Of course not. Manitoba Premier Web Kinnu claims America is becoming a third world country. He urges people to push the American people and their administration off the subversion of Western liberal democracy. Jesus Christ. That's fucked up. That's fucking crazy, bro. Oh, by the way, if what inevitably when the Republicans do lose, because they are going to lose. If the Democrats are not aggressive, and I mean draconian, about pursuing and going after these fucking freaks, and I mean constitutionally dubious draconian, okay? And does not just completely click the exterminatus button on every fucking conservative, then the same thing is going to happen, if not worse. I'm talking about glassing. I'm talking about virus bombs. I'm talking about cyclonic torpedoes. I'm talking about lances into the fucking ground. I want nothing to be... I want, unironically, nothing to surface but glass. And if they bitch, cry, moan, and complain about lawfare, good. Because who the fuck cares? Who cares if they cry about lawfare? They would cry about it anyways. It doesn't fucking matter. I want it all to be burnt to the ground. Yup. Just like what we're about to talk about here with Jerome Powell. This is unironic fucking lawfare. You show no mercy to these people. They deserve none. Zero. Scorched earth. Destroy all of them. Until, like I said, nothing surfaces but glass. That's a famous line. For those who may not know, that's a line from Halo 3 right there. Burn them until nothing surfaces but glass. Because that's what these conservatives deserve. Let's get started with this. So I guess the inevitable sort of happened. Donald Trump has been consistently threatening Jerome Powell with a rather sort of partisan bend to try to get the Fed to lower interest rates. Now, every administration to a certain extent has pressured the Fed to lower interest rates. Why? Because it would make their economic numbers look really, really good. There was a very good CoffeeZilla video talking about all of this, but, you know, we're going to do our own. You can quibble about a lot of the actions of the Fed, but its purpose is rather simple. Keep inflation low and job numbers going up. That mission is being consistently interrupted by Trump's tariffs. But Trump doesn't want to accept any responsibility for the fact that his tariffs have been raising inflation and destroying the U.S. labor market. That's the main fucking problem. So instead of accepting any responsibility for any of his actions, what would he do? What would he prefer to do instead? Lawfare. Something that conservatives are obsessed with. He would prefer to just go after Jerome Powell, who is slated to leave his position as chair of the Fed relatively soon. I believe it's this month. I think it's this month. I could be wrong on that one. But he's slated to leave his position as Fed chair and is, by the way, more than likely going to be replaced with someone who's going to be more sycophantic to Trump. And even if someone who gets replaced as Fed chair, who's going to be more sympathetic to Trump, or sycophantic, rather, to Trump, there is zero guarantee, and I mean zero guarantee, that they'll even go forward with whatever schizophrenic interpretation of Federal Reserve policy that Trump basically wants. Because we all know why he wants the interest rates to be basically zero. He wants his Wall Street buddies to also gamble on the fucking bond market like it's the fucking stock market. It should go without any fucking saying, why that would be a complete fucking disaster. How that would be inflationary. How that would only make the job market significantly worse and continue to crater the sort of US fucking economy. But again, Trump is also the same fucking dude who burnt through his trust fund, failed 6 fucking businesses, and we're expecting this guy to be able to run the largest, most powerful economy on the planet? This complete utter failure of a businessman. Like, he was considered the laughingstock of billionaires. Like, ironically, he was the laughingstock amongst their sort of, I say this rather, I don't know, surreptitiously, community, quote unquote. And this guy's going to be the most powerful man on the universe, on the planet rather, and is expected to sort of, like, I don't know, run the U.S. economy properly. Stupid. Just incredibly fucking stupid. No, just make fun of the stupid asshole for doing unironic fucking lawfare.
Good evening.
Good evening.
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June.
Genuinely fucking insane that Trump managed to get grand jury subpoenas on Jerome Powell. For what exactly? We'll probably get into that.
That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings.
And why don't we get into that right now? It's literally this. Unironically, Trump did like a tour, a sort of unscheduled tour of the Federal Reserve building renovations. Clearly, this building seems to be getting fucking renovated. In order to try to, again, the purpose of this is rather fucking simple. He wants to intimidate Jerome Powell to bring the interest rates to fucking zero. Now, obviously, every president has done this to a particular extent. Trump is just being rather blatant and overtly aggressive with it. It should go without saying why it would be a complete disaster for the Fed rates to go to 0%. By the way, they have been coming down. Jerome Powell has been bringing them down about 0.25% every single time he has a meeting. Because, again, if you just do it very large macroeconomic decisions, sort of all willy-nilly, and in an instant, because, again, Trump's an idiot. He doesn't understand how macroeconomics fucking works. But if you do something like that instant-fucking-taneously without seeing these sort of problems and sort of seeing the effects it may have on a lot of various factors, it can only make a bad situation, which he has created, significantly fucking worse.
I think we hear the president. Let's tune in. With the chairman, as you know. And we're just taking a look at what's happening. It's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them.
Oh, also, he's just mad about the fact that Jerome Powell is nonpartisan, even though he's a Republican, who he appointed into the Federal Reserve. Very fucking cool. He's mad about the fact that he's being nonpartisan and is just not a sycophant to fucking Trump.
A lot of very expensive work, there's no question about it. And Tim has been with me for a long time, and you're in charge of the committee.
Indeed, one of the reasons I wanted to see it was the overruns of the expenses. Wanted to figure out why.
Yeah. So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
By the way, just that pushback alone is probably what led to these grand jury subpoenas. We are dealing with an incredibly thin-skinned, highly fucking narcissistic man. He probably seen this clip on loop multiple times and was fucking seething about it. I wouldn't put it past someone like Trump to do something like that. Looking at, like, sort of a Jerome Powell's face going like, the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, I've not seen any reports. I've seen none of that. We could talk about the problems with the Federal Reserve, and there are obvious issues with the Federal Reserve and policy-oriented problems. But Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. He doesn't care. Oh, 1000% Boy Meets Mini. But then again, honestly, why not just let Trump fucking do it? Fuck it. Cause a Great Depression 2 Electric Boogaloo like he wants. Not ironically, fuck it. Like, lower the rates to fucking zero. Please do it. Please cause the Great Depression during your administration. Do it. You're going to be remembered very, very well for it.
on this side of 3.1.
3.1.
3.2. This came from us.
Yes. I don't know who does that.
Are you were cleaning the market renovation? You just added in a third building. So it's a third building.
Well, no, it's a building that's being built.
It was built 5 years ago. We finished market 5 years ago.
It's part of the.
So he just literally catches Trump on his fucking lies. Just like, no, that's like a third building that was built like 5 years ago. He basically decided to include the extra money of another building being built along with the renovations. I've taken a look at this video before. Trump just basically lied. He just lied.
Overall look. So we're gonna take a look. We're gonna see what's happening, and it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional plus overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't. Expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're not under too much danger. So, any questions?
This is the point. He got mad about the fact that Jerome Powell started to fucking push back on him and is not doing exactly what he wants because it's stupid for a lot of fucking reasons. And again, I'm not saying this because Jerome Powell is good or whatever. I'm mostly saying this because Trump is just an idiot. Yeah, he's a child. He's got a little bit of fucking pushback, and since he's a fucking loser with a silver spoon in his mouth, if one thing doesn't go his fucking way, he's just going to have a complete fucking hissy fit about it. Like, unironically, here, let me get like basically a fucking analogy to this real quick. Bugs Bunny hitting gorilla with a bat. Yeah, if I could summarize Trump in basically one GIF, this whole like fiasco with the world, with the economy, with Jerome Powell in general, this is Trump. He is Bugs Bunny, constantly hitting the gorilla over and over and over again, being a complete fucking nuisance, hitting the gorilla, and is eventually going to cause the gorilla to snap. But then he's just going to fucking cry and bitch and moan and complain about it. Because, again, he's a child. We're dealing with a child here. Anywho, continuing on with what Jerome was saying.
I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy.
No, not Trump,
no one,
though.
certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings.
Nope.
It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project.
By the way, let's be quite honest here. If we're talking about, like, because Trump's a fucking hypocrite, we all know this. Again, Uno fucking reverse card, specifically here for fucking Trump. Trump unironically fired all the solicitor generals, who would be the main people who would take care and sort of administer how the how the executive branch would be spending money. He fired all those guys. He got rid of all of them. Why? Because he's just a lawless mafioso fucking wannabe. That's the entire point of all of this. He just wants to be a lawless fucking freak because he's been criminally indicted. He is a criminally indicted president. He's a felon. He has 34 fucking charges against him for business fraud. And he's just a criminal. That's literally it. Yeah, he replaced all those solicitor generals with fucking Doge. And who knows what the fuck those groiper little Discord freaks who are doing with your fucking information. Again, those are the exact same dudes at the behest of Elon who were basically installing a bunch of servers to harvest information from the IRS so Elon can start a banking service through Twitter. Like, unironically, this is something that he was doing.
Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president.
There's your fucking problem there, Jerome. It's because the president has never been interested in serving the public. Never. This dude has only cared about one thing and one thing only. That is himself. If he can do anything possible in order to get back in the good graces of the billionaire buddies who actively shunned him for being a complete fucking failure, he'll fucking do it. He does not give a flying fuck whatsoever. If he can do it in order to just benefit himself and all of his like Epstein pedophile stooges and buddies, he'll fucking do it. He could give less of a flying fuck. Unironically, just causing Great Depression to electric fucking boogaloo because him and all of his pedophile, rapist, billionaire buddies want to make more money and rape more fucking children.
This is about...
Oh, also, yeah, Boy Meets Minnie, like, Doge illegally opening the door for ICE to get Medicaid data on immigrants. We've talked about that before. Them also, HHS also working alongside DHS in order to give over a bunch of PII to ICE in order to just go after a bunch of migrants, which is illegal, a direct violation of HIPAA, but do these mafioso dipshits care about any of that stuff? No.
About whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation.
I mean, again, not that Jerome is wrong with what he's saying here. The detail that he's specifically leaving out here is that there is a panel of 11 people who work and vote on what the Fed chair would basically try to implement as policy. He tried to go after one of those chairs, Lisa Cook, I believe her name was. Tried to go after her with basically trumped up property charges, like fraud through owning a bunch of fucking property, basically. Same thing he tried to do with Letitia James. Same thing he tried to do with James Comey. That lawsuit basically got thrown out immediately, which is why you can't really just capitulate to him. Even if you get sued, very often all of his lawsuits, like the vast majority of them, just get completely thrown out because they are trumped up based off of complete nonsense. But he has a staggeringly high failure rate, which is why you just can't back down and just be like, no, fuck you. Like, you look ridiculous, and I know what you're saying is just completely wrong. You just want to, basically do whatever the fuck you want. Because you think, partially because he can do whatever the fuck he wants as the president, thanks to unitary executive theory implemented by George Bush. Essentially, making the president act as basically no different than a king, and Obama not doing anything to curtail that, in fact, further expanding the power of the executive branch. And now this fucking dipshit gets into power and just feels like he can just do whatever he wants.
I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
Sorry, Jerome, but unfortunately you are serving the mafioso fucking dipshit currently in power, an orange pedophile who could give less of a flying fuck about serving the goodwill of the people. And is also someone who fundamentally does not believe in the concept of trust. What else is there to really say here? Of course, incredibly idiotic bullshit going on here from the orange pedophile currently in power. And the only reason why he's doing this is just because he thinks he can bully Jerome Powell to lowering the fucking interest rates. To 0 specifically, because he wants all of his Wall Street buddies to gamble on the fucking bond markets like they do on the fucking stock market. That's literally the point of all of this. And it's all because of his sort of inherent desire to not look like the complete dipshit that he always has looked like in front of his billionaire buddies who have consistently made fun of him. It's all a revenge for someone like Donald Trump, He has never cared really much about anything else besides himself. This is a person who does not believe in service or the public good or trust as a concept. I don't think there's really much else to say besides Donald Trump is just doing this shit because he just wants his billionaire rapist buddies to just make more money to rape more fucking kids. Guys, did you know that Donald Trump is a rapist and wants to rape children? Can I get a true for that? Any truers? I'm gonna true that. I'm truing that one.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
it's really fucking true. He just wants to.
Fake news.
He just wants to rape kids. Well, you don't want to rape kids, Trump? Why, are you sure about that? I don't know. Your dumbass is in the Epstein files. I don't know. I think you want to rape kids, bro. I'm just saying. I think you just want to diddle children, Trump. I've not seen any evidence otherwise. Anyway, I'm gonna raid out. We're gonna raid out to Jason Society. Alright, idiots. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. Try and start with the dollar raid, if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do why we did dollar raid, that's how we show appreciation. Those are in case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. Let me continue to do the same thing. Figuring out how I'm going to do the logistics of this science pack, this quantum science pack. I'm gonna figure out all that shit, see how I make it work, how I want to make it work. And then yapping more about dumbass fucking politics. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.